Honourable Premier, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Cabinet Ministers, fellow members of Parliament, former Speaker of Parliament, former members of Parliament, former Premier, the Honourable Makiva Bush, youth parliamentarians, distinguished guests, and families, good morning and welcome to the Cayman Islands 19th Youth Parliament debate. Before I begin, I must convey apologies for many of the other members who are not here. Today we recognize the Commonwealth raising of the flag, and they're all on their way here. But the priority for the young people must go on, and they will convene with us shortly. I would also like to convey apologies for two of my colleagues who are unavoidably absent today. The Honourable Minister Nicholas Da Costa and Mr. Roy Tatum, the Red Bay MP, who are currently in London representing the Cayman Islands at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Conference. While they cannot be here in person, they send their best wishes to all the participants for a successful debate this morning. I also want to extend a very special welcome to the students and faculty from the various schools who are joining us here today. Your presence here is a testament to the growing interest in how our country is governed. I hope today's proceedings inspire you to one day want to be seated in one of these noble chairs. Today we recognize that the discussions held in this chamber are the very pulse of our democracy. As the chairman for the Youth Parliament Committee, I look across the floor and see a generation ready to move beyond being spectators of history to becoming participants who write it. To you, participants, young YPs, you have stepped up to the plate in a world that often encourages young people to be passive consumers of content, particularly that on social media. You have chosen, though, to be active creators of change. By preparing for this debate, you have already signaled that you are ready to carry the weight of leadership. To the parents and guardians looking down from the gallery, thank you. Your presence here is the silent engine behind these young, amazing leaders. By encouraging your children to participate, you are doing more than supporting a supplementary activity. You are securing the future of our country's democracy. You have nurtured their curiosity and sacrificed your time to ensure that they understand that their voices matter. Because of your investment, our democratic process remains vibrant and resilient. These young men and women are ready for this stage because you stood behind them every step of the way. Today, our youth parliamentarians will be diving in to some vigorous discussions on two motions that are incredibly relevant to the challenges that we face in our community today. First, they will address private members' motion number 1, which focuses on a comprehensive framework for mental health support. This motion highlights the sobering reality. Our local depression rate is over 4 times of the global average. They will debate the establishment of a community mental health crisis hotline and a nationwide youth engagement support program to ensure our young people have safe spaces and professional support during their most vulnerable hours. Second, they will tackle private members' motion number 2 regarding the establishment of a national jobs criteria joint committee. This motion seeks to fix the subjective definition of qualified candidates that often act as barriers for Caymanian employment. They will discuss creating a standardized national job criteria list to ensure transparency and fairness for every Caymanian job seeker entering the workforce. We hold the Youth Parliament debates today in tandem with the Commonwealth Day 2026 under the theme Unlocking Opportunities Together for a Prosperous Commonwealth. This theme is not merely a slogan, but a mandate. By stimulating parliamentary proceedings, debating legislation, and voting on issues of the day, we are unlocking the potential within each and every one of our youth parliamentarians. We are proving that when we work together across the Commonwealth and within our 3 islands, there is no limit to what we can achieve. I want to be very clear about the value of what you see happening today in this chamber. This is not just a school project. What these young people are doing today is at the highest importance to our society. They are proving that the youth of the Cayman Islands are ready to contribute to our national development right now, today. And with that backdrop, I'm thrilled to announce that we will be organizing a never-done-before follow-up debate, specifically for our youth parliamentarians on a very hot topic. The motion that was passed right here in Parliament on Thursday last week. As many of you already know, that motion asks government to consider reducing or limit social media access for children under the age of 16. YPs, because this directly affects you and your generation, we want to hear your perspectives on this topic and your voice on this issue before the government considers moving forward with final implementations. Remember, this chamber is not a room just filled with wood and stone. It is a hot chamber where ideas are tested. You are here to learn that leadership is not just about who has the loudest voice, but about having a clearest vision and the most compassionate heart. Ladies and gentlemen, this program thrives because of dedicated collective persons. And I want to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to my colleagues on the committee. The Honourable Perlina McGaw-Lumsden, the Honourable Roy Tatum, and the Honourable Dwayne Seymour. I also want to recognize the backbone of this institution, our parliamentary staff. They have given up their weekends and evenings to mentor these students with the committee members, treating them the same way, like professionals, in the vigor as they do with the elected members of Parliament. In particular, I must highlight Ms. Nordra Walcott. Ms. Walcott, your dedication goes far beyond your call for duty and your role. Year after year, you ensure that these students are prepared, polished, and empowered. You are a true champion for the youth of our islands. In spirit of International Women's Month, I could not let this moment pass without highlighting the fact that the Parliament staff has over 80% of it being women. So on behalf of the elected MPs, I want to say that we appreciate you. Also, please allow me to thank our sponsor, Harney's Law Firm, who have shown their commitment to our youth and our democracy by being the major sponsor for the last 9 years in a row. We thank you for your continued commitment. Before I go to my closing, I want to take this opportunity to recognize the first Premier of the Cayman Islands, the Honourable Makiva Bush, and thank him for being the member who actually started Youth Parliament in his vigor to understand that the next generation must be prepared for future leadership. back to what's most important, young YPs. YPs, you are here to begin your debate. So I leave you with this. Not every one of you will choose to become a career politician, but every one of you now carries the burden of responsibility. You now have the skill set to monitor, to watch, and to participate in your democracy. A strong democracy is the foundation of a strong community, a strong country, and a strong economy. You have taken on the heavy but honorable responsibility today. You are the future leaders of the Cayman Islands, and today that future begins. May your arguments be sharp, may your respect for one another be deep, and your love for the Cayman Islands be the North Star that guides every single word that you say. God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless the Cayman Islands. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As president of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Cayman Islands branch, it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome everyone here this morning to this 19th Youth Parliament debate. I want to give a special welcome to the two former speakers, Mr. Bush and Ms. Lawrence, because I am aware of the passion that they have always had for the Youth Parliament. I want a special welcome to the members of the Cabinet and the other elected members of Parliament who have taken time out to be here. And I need to offer an apology for Honorable Joanna Ebanks, who is off the island. Special welcome to all of the students who have come to support their teams, their teams. Clifton Hunter High School. Special welcome to the parents, and I want to encourage the parents who are here that in the Parliament, regular meeting of Parliament starts tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. It'd be good to see some of you here supporting your MPs from your constituency and seeing the work that they do. It'd be nice to have the gallery looking like that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning as well. We'll put some extra pressure on the MPs to be careful how they behave. But again, I want to special welcome to all of you who volunteered to be youth parliamentarians. I'm also aware of the amount of time that you put into this effort starting in September last year, culminating in your debate today, and also to congratulate you on the two topics, the motions that you're moving, comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands, and establishment of a national job criteria joint committee. Both are topical. And I also want to thank the chairman that we're going to make a meet again. Hopefully not just once more, though, because I would like to see them meeting at least 3 or 4 times before we select the new ones in September. I understand. I understand that we have to respect that exams are upcoming and that they are very, very important, and also that vacation in the summer, it'll be hard to get you all to give up your days at the beach to come down here to work on other topics. But now that you know the routine, it should be easy. We won't have to be preparation on the actual topics. But we want to encourage you all, and I also want to encourage you to go back to your schools and brag about your performance here in order to encourage others to get involved in September when we start to recruit a new set. So welcome everyone, and thank each and everyone for their contributions to this, the 19th Youth Parliament debate.
Good morning. Good morning. Let me echo the welcomes to the parents, honorable members of the House, especially I see even the Attorney General, Mr. Bulgin is here, Honorable Attorney General, distinguished guests, teachers and parents, and of course, most importantly, our youth parliamentarians. So before I begin, let me ask a question. How many of you youth parliamentarians here today think that you might one day run for office or be involved in leadership in the Cayman Islands? Any? One, two? Oh, okay, majority. I was wondering because there's one youth parliamentarian that his social media handle is Future Premier, so I was waiting to see his hand go up. And if it turns out to be true that, looking around this chamber, I have a feeling that we may very well be looking at some of the future members of Parliament for the Cayman Islands, including future premiers. And if that turns out to be true, then today is not just a school exercise. It is the beginning of your journey in understanding leadership, responsibility, and public service. It is truly a pleasure to join you today for this Youth Parliament, an event that reminds us just how important it is to encourage civic engagement and leadership among our young people. Today is also especially meaningful as we mark Commonwealth Day, a day celebrated across many nations connected by shared values of democracy, respect, participation, and opportunity. Those values are very much on display here today. Youth Parliament gives students the opportunity to exercise firsthand how democracy works, how ideas are debated, how perspectives differ, and how respectful discussions help us move forward solutions that strengthens our communities. And that is exactly what leadership is about. Leadership is not simply about holding a position or making speeches. It is about listening carefully, thinking critically, and working together to improve the lives of others. I also want to commend the youth parliamentarians for the thoughtful topics that they have chosen to debate this year. The first motion, addressing a comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands, highlights an issue that affects many families and communities. Mental health is something we must continue to speak about openly and address with compassion and practical solutions. The second motion, regarding the establishment of a National Job Criteria Joint Committee, raises important questions about opportunity, fairness, and preparing young Caymanians for the workforce in the future. Both topics demonstrate a strong awareness of the challenges and opportunities facing our country. And I should warn you, debating here today is excellent preparation for life in Cayman. Because if you can stand up here in this chamber and confidently defend your ideas, you'll be well prepared for everything from community meetings to your family WhatsApp groups. What is especially encouraging is that these conversations are being led by young people, individuals who care about the future of the Cayman Islands and are willing to engage in meaningful discussions about how we move forward. That is exactly the spirit Youth Parliament is meant to give. Some of you here today may one day sit in this very chamber as elected representatives. Others may go on to become entrepreneurs, teachers, professionals, or community leaders. But regardless the path you choose, the lesson you learn here today about debate, about respect, and civic responsibility will always stay with you. Our country's future depends on thoughtful, engaged citizens who are willing to contribute ideas, challenge assumptions, and work together to build a stronger Cayman Islands. So I encourage each of you today to participate fully. Speak with confidence, listen with respect, and remember that every great idea begins with someone willing to stand up and share it. I want to thank the organizing committee, educators, parents, and mentors who make this program possible each year, and of course you, the youth parliamentarians, for the effort and preparation that you have put into today's debates. And I will close with this thought. The future of the Cayman Islands will not be shaped by those who sit in this chamber today, meaning us, the current representatives. It will be shaped by the young people who are learning, questioning, and finding their voices here today, meaning you, the youth parliamentarians. So today, this chamber belongs to you. And I will not wish you good luck, because success is when preparation meets opportunity. And I know that you have been preparing for many, many months. So with that, I say thank you, and may God bless these 3 Cayman Islands.
Good morning. That was poor. That was pretty poor. The 19th Youth Parliament. Good morning. Good morning. That was better, but not great, because you all should be excited. Look at the seats that you're sitting in. Forget who's occupying it now. Go around. You've been in the room. You've seen our foreparents who occupied these seats. You're in those seats now. Now, I want to get a measure of the room. Let's start with the parents. How many parents in here are a little nervous? Even the ones who are MPs. Oliver said he's a little nervous. Anybody else? No? No nerves? He's shaking in his boots. Now, how many of our YPs are a little nervous? Raise your hand. Good. That is good. I can tell you, standing here, and I'm pretty sure I speak for most, if not all, we are nervous every time we stand for a contribution. Because think of the enormity of it. You're there to advocate a position knowing the whole country is watching. In fact, the entire Caribbean could be watching. In fact, the entire Commonwealth could be watching. And in fact, the entire world could be watching. We've seen those of you predecessors end up in the House of Commons. So you know the world is watching. Now, I say that to you so that despite the nerves, when you make your delivery, relish and savor the opportunity that you've been given here. And I also want to point out that there is a confluence of events leading into the weekend and over the weekend that I've summarized into service, strength, and solidarity. Those of you watching Parliament can see that the body took a turn during the middle of the meeting, where we agreed to work collaboratively, Mr. Speaker, I think you said in your time you had not seen a meeting. We still got one day to go tomorrow. A sitting where there hadn't been a no. And that's because what isn't seen by the cameras is the amount of deliberation and toil and agreement that goes behind the scenes to make that happen, that everything in that sitting was a yes. Then Sunday kicked off Social Work Month, where we had a social work service at Agape Church, again, to discuss service to the country. And then yesterday, International Women's Month, to have more women participate in leadership, including in Parliament. Now, it didn't go unnoticed by me that when the member and the chair of the committee, the member for Georgetown Central, noticed the composition of women, I didn't hear a clap. Can we get a clap for the composition of YPs? Who are women, young ladies participating on the world stage. So with that, I decided to draw inspiration for these remarks from the first woman speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. And a comment that I saw her say in terms of why she put herself up for service, which would apply equally to men and women. She quoted Matthew 25:35 as, quote, "For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me." She uses that, according to her, as her guiding light for service, that you are dedicating yourself above your self-interest to help others. And with that theme, as you approach your motions, it isn't necessarily about the point scoring of who's going to win. It's about you all bringing to the country issues that you deem important to spark debate, because it isn't going to just end with you all. We are going to take notice. What you say here is going to compel us to take action. So again, as it's been said twice, this isn't some school exercise. You could motivate true change in the country. And whether it is on mental health, a national job criteria, what I want you to know, and this is what Ms. Pelosi said, reason she looks at service in that way is because for her, it's about three things: the children, the children, the children. What we do here today isn't necessarily about ourselves in this moment. It's about the kind of Cayman we are going to leave to you all and what you all are going to leave to your children. So with that, I have one other thought for the organizing committee, chaired by the member for Georgetown Central. It seems to me that if you add more times in Parliament, and I know time is tight, and we don't want to get in the way of schoolwork and exams, but another iteration might be for each of the positions they're in, if they spent an hour in the Premier's office in real time. We spent an hour with the leader of the opposition to see what that job is like beyond here, because that chair and those chairs have other responsibilities. Whether you could spend and be assigned to the members, the seats you hold, to their constituency office for 2 hours. To see, then you get the full experience of what you're only really getting part of it now. Then when people come and say, so-and-so ain't doing nothing, you can say, no, I was in the office. I saw what he or she is dealing with on a daily basis. So just a thought for the organizing committee to expand out the role beyond Parliament to get the full MP experience, just a thought. But in the meantime, the program is intact. You all look gorgeous. You look like you're ready to do battle. So I declare, can I do this with the speaker? You gotta check with the speaker, remember that. I get to use the mallet? Whoa. I declare the 19th Youth Parliament open. God bless you all, and may God continue to bless our beloved Cayman Islands.
Mr. Speaker, all rise.
This Honorable 19th Youth Parliament is now in session. I will ask the Honorable Premier to say prayers.
Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of thy name and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign, King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give us grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially we pray for the governor of our islands, the premier, the speaker of the Parliament, the leader of the opposition, ministers of the cabinet, ex officio members, members of the Parliament, the Chief Justice, and members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us, and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us, and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Please be seated.
Reading of messages and announcements by the Speaker.
Fellow youth parliamentarians, honorable members of Parliament, parents, teachers, students, and invited guests, good morning, and welcome to the 19th Annual Youth Parliament Debate. Today, I, DeAndre Beckford, I'm honored to stand before you as the Speaker of this honorable House. The theme celebrated across the 56 member states of the Commonwealth this year is unlocking opportunities together for a prosperous Commonwealth. This theme emphasizes that the prosperity of our nations depends not only on the talents and efforts of each country, but on collaboration, shared knowledge, and collective action. It calls on us to identify opportunities, innovate solutions, work together to ensure that all Commonwealth citizens can thrive. This year, our youth parliamentarians will debate two motions that reflect the essence of this theme. The government's motion, a comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands, emphasizes the urgent need to strengthen mental health services and provide structured rehabilitation for at-risk youth. It recognizes that early intervention and accessible support systems are essential for building a healthier, more stable future generation. The opposition's motion, establishment of a national job criteria joint committee, focuses on ensuring fair and transparent employment standards that protect opportunities for Caymanians. It highlights the importance of aligning job requirements with workforce development and promote greater participation of Caymanians in key industries. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the UN, once said, "Knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family." In the same way, by unlocking opportunities together through education, innovation, and collaboration, we empower our youth to drive a prosperous Commonwealth. It is only when we unite our strengths and resources that we can build a future where everyone has a chance to succeed. To close, I would like to commend my fellow youth parliamentarians on sacrificing months of free time in preparation for today's debate, by carefully researching and crafting arguments that reflect our theme. As a returning youth parliamentarian myself, I understand the dedication, the focus, the commitment it takes to present informed and meaningful contributions. I urge our leaders and the people of the Cayman Islands to listen attentively to the voices of our youth today. These speeches are more than just words. They're a call to action, a reminder that the future prosperity of our Commonwealth depends on unlocking opportunities together. Thank you, have fun, and God bless. I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 4912 so that members are allowed to read from their speeches.
The question is that Standing Order 4912 be suspended to enable members to read their speeches. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 4912 is hereby suspended.
Other business. Private members' motions. Private members' motion number 1 of 2026. A comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands. To be moved by the elected member for Georgetown South.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move private members' motion number 1 of 2026, a comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands, which reads as follows. Whereas a study conducted by the Alex Panton Foundation shows that the depression rate in the Cayman Islands is 4.6%, which is more than 4 times the global average of 1.1%, underscoring a growing mental health challenge that requires urgent attention. And whereas unmet mental health needs among young people place significant strain on families, schools, and our communities, contributing to behavioral issues and involvement in criminal activities. And whereas other Caribbean countries have been successful in implementing mental health hotlines and have reported significant usage. And whereas many young people lack consistent access to structured mentorship, safe recreational opportunities, and early intervention support services, thereby increasing vulnerability during after-school hours and weekends. Be it therefore resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers implementing a community mental health crisis hotline, which will be established as an essential emergency support service, staffed by trained mental health professionals to provide immediate emotional support and referrals for young people and families in distress. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers implementing a nationwide youth engagement and support program that utilizes existing facilities to deliver supervised activities, mentorship, counseling, and skill-building opportunities during after-school hours and weekends, therefore ensuring a sustainable, cost-effective, and inclusive approach to youth support across the Cayman Islands.
Private Member's Motion number 1 of 2026 has been duly moved. Is there a seconder to the motion? I recognize the elected member for West Bay Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the private member's motion number 1 of 2026.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to start by saying Happy Commonwealth Day and happy belated International Women's Day to all the women present today in this House. Thank you. No problem, no problem. We, the government, have decided to wear this green pin today to signify the utmost importance of mental health. Mr. Speaker, help. Not just a word that means rescue, but a word that also means prevention. Because sometimes help is not about saving someone after they fall. It's about making sure that they never fall. Mr. Speaker, help. Help me understand how many lives in these islands must succumb to depression, abuse, suicide. Help me understand how many have suffered behind closed doors, how many families have been shattered, how many tears we have to cry. And help me to understand why it has taken us so long to confront a crisis that has been whispering to us for years. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, help me understand why when this honorable House finally has the opportunity to act, why anyone would hesitate to do so. This motion provides that help. It looks at something we should all be aware of, mental health. Mr. Speaker, I rise today not just as the mover of this motion, but as an advocate for young people in these islands, a voice for the voiceless, a light at the end of the tunnel, and a beacon for even the smallest glimpse of hope. Mr. Speaker, help me understand why the depression rate in Cayman is around 4.6%, 4 times the global average of 1.1, and 4.6% higher than what it should be, 0. Mr. Speaker, one person's success story is another person's survival story. While one continues to achieve greatness, there's another that we don't see or we don't like to talk about. It is quieter. It is hidden in bedrooms at 2 a.m., in school bathrooms, in WhatsApp messages that say, I can't do it anymore. Mr. Speaker, that is our mental health story crisis. Mr. Speaker, our biggest enemy is not just depression, it is silence. The silence of a teenager who deletes the messages before pressing send. The silence of a child who thinks no one will understand. The silence of a family too ashamed to admit that they are struggling. A national hotline breaks that silence. It tells every young person in Cayman, you may be quiet in your house, but you are not alone in this country. Somebody is awake, somebody is trained, and somebody is ready to talk you through the storm. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear though. This hotline does not replace parents, teachers, counselors, or pastors. It supports them. It is there when the school gates are locked, when the church lights are off, and even when the most loving parent runs out of words. Mr. Speaker, it is there for the youth whose home is not safe, whose school is not understanding, whose church is not equipped. We always say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, Mr. Speaker, this hotline is that one more responsible adult in that village, always on duty. Mr. Speaker, we might ask, what will this hotline cost? But then I'd like to ask, what is the cost of doing nothing? The cost is a young person who could have called but had nowhere to call. The cost is a suicide we label as unforeseen, when really we just weren't listening. The cost is another headline, another funeral, another empty desk in the classroom. For a small fraction of what we spend on responding to crises after they've already happened, we can invest in a hotline that stops many of these crises from happening in the first place. Honorable members, some of us in this very chamber know exactly what it feels like to lie awake at night with a racing mind, to scroll through social media and feel like we are not enough even without someone clocking our tea. To smile in public and then break down in private. We have seen friends change, withdraw, or even disappear. And too often, we only realize how serious it was only after something terrible has already happened. Mr. Speaker, that is why this motion is before you today. This motion is not about politics. It is about survival. This motion... We are not asking for something experimental or unrealistic. Other Caribbean countries, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, they have national youth hotlines and youth helplines. They are being used. They are saving lives. If they can do it, why can't we? And before the opposition is feeling froggy and leaps, we understand that those countries are larger than we are, but let us also acknowledge the other side of that reality. We are smaller. And being smaller means we have the advantage of scale. It means we can act faster, coordinate more easily, and implement solutions more efficiently. So size cannot be our excuse. If anything, it should be our advantage. Right now, when a young person in the Cayman Islands, and yes, we are including Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman, not just Grand, because although we are 3, we are also 1. Mr. Speaker, when they feel like they're at a breaking point at midnight, what are their options? Call 911 and feel like they're bothering the police? Talk to a parent who might not understand, or as a matter of fact, might be the problem? Message a friend who is just as overwhelmed as they are? TD, Bobo, and now Mr. Speaker, I hear all the time, we stand in this chamber and say that youth are our priority and that mental health matters. Those are good words. Yes, those are good words, but words do not answer problems. Words do not stay up at 3 a.m. with a teenager who is on the edge. A hotline does. Supporting this motion is how we turn promises into practice, how we prove that when we say we care, it actually shows up in the services young people can reach anytime, any day. Honorable members, when we invest in prisons, when we invest in preventions, we save on prisons, we save on court costs, we save on hospital beds. But more importantly, we save dreams, we save futures, and we save lives.
30 seconds remaining, elected member. 30 seconds remaining.
For 7 minutes? Okay. Mr. Speaker, as youth, we are often told, apologies, could I request, an extra minute, because this is really deep. As this is a problem.
You may have an extra minute.
Thank you. As youth, we are often told, you are the future of this country. But mental health is not a future issue. It is a right now issue. It is affecting attendance right now. It is fueling fights and suspensions right now. It is driving self-harm and suicidal thoughts right now. Mr. Speaker, we don't need more speeches saying that youth are important. We need systems that actually protect us. Mr. Speaker, this is not a complicated moral question. If we know our young people are struggling, if we know that a hotline can save lives, and if we have the power to create one, then the question is simple. Will we act or will we look away? History will not remember the excuses. It will remember whether, when we are given the chance to put lifeline in the hands of our youth, we chose courage over comfort, action over apathy, and life over regret. So today I'm asking you, as fellow young people and as leaders in training, to be brave enough to face the truth that behind the smiling photos and school achievements, we have a crisis. And then I'm asking you to be brave enough to act. This motion does not ask for a luxury. It asks for lifelines. Not for comfort, but for courage. And certainly not for politics, but for people. Mr. Speaker, if in a youth parliament of all places we cannot unite around protecting the mental health of our own generation, then we have missed the whole purpose of why we are here.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Do not turn away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for West Bay Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask this Parliament to pause, not to check phones, but to truly listen. Today, we're not debating report numbers. Today, we're talking about the lives of Caymanians, young Caymanians. Every young person in this country matters. Our brothers, our sisters, our classmates, and our friends are real people with real feelings, carrying big dreams, and too often, bigger worries. Mr. Speaker, trauma is never to be scheduled. It arrives uninvited like rain on a carnival day. And when it pours, we cannot blame the person getting wet. We must ensure they have a shelter. Right now, Cayman's mental health support system is trying, but it is not enough. The mental health helpline operates Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Mr. Speaker, what are the youth to do? Schedule their crisis between 9 and 5? The Kids Helpline is not even a crisis service, and it redirects young people to 911. Both rely heavily on volunteers, not trained mental health professionals. Mental health crises never waited for a business hour, and it never waited for the weekend. The need for mental health support is evident. In 2022, the Cayman Islands Student Drug Use Survey revealed that 71% of students reported at least one ACE, and 23% reported 4 or more ACEs, and only 29% could report none. Behind these numbers are young people who are carrying invisible stress into classrooms, friendships, and futures. You may be wondering what ACE means. ACEs are adverse childhood experiences, stressful or traumatic, between the ages of 0 to 18 that can significantly affect mental health, emotional well-being, and development. Progress cannot just mean prettier buildings and more roundabouts. A strong country takes care of its people, especially our youth. Safeguarding young people means acting before a crisis, not after the hospital visit, not after the police report. Early mental health support systems prevent self-harm, reduce violence, and stop small problems from growing into tragedies. In 2020, the World Health Organization confirmed that early mental health interventions can reduce the risk of mental health in children by up to 40%. That is prevention. We do not wait for a broken bone to heal on its own. We treat it immediately. Mental health deserves the same urgency.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of order, evidence.
Evidence to what point? Sorry, elected member.
The World Mental Health Organization statistic.
Elected member for West Bay Central, do you have evidence to provide?
I do.
Sergeant, please. You may proceed.
We cannot allow history to repeat itself. Historically, in the Cayman Islands, mental health patients were treated with cruelty and they were neglected. They were often detained at police stations and put into holding cells. Early systems offered little care or understanding and nothing like what Cayman has today. We cannot, must not allow history to repeat itself. This motion chooses well-being over punishment. Too often, young people only get attention once they are already in trouble. And then we say, we didn't see this coming. The signs were there, blinking like a faulty street light. Honorable members on both sides of the House. This is the kind of motion we should all be in support of. Protecting young lives is not a partisan. It is responsible, it is necessary, and it is Caymanian. We must also stop hiding behind the stigma. Mental health is never shameful. Young people should feel safe to ask for help and to speak up and to know they are not alone. Silence and shame have no place in Cayman. Relying only on crisis is like calling the firefighters after your house done burned down. That is why we, the government, call for a toll-free 24/7 professionally staffed community mental health hotline operating like 911. Mental health emergencies are emergencies. They deserve trained professionals, not closed lines. This does not replace any existing service. It strengthens them. It builds on the foundation that we currently have. The solution is not the full house, but is a block in our
30
foundation.
seconds remain and let them
And without it, nothing stands strong. So let us choose compassion over delay, prevention over regret, support over silence, and courage over stigma. A country that is prepared to protect its youth is a country prepared for the future. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every day we get to wake up in the beautiful Cayman Islands is a dream, a paradise that never ends. Our waters shimmer like glass. Our people greet each other with warmth. All 3 islands are painted like a fairy tale with bright blues, golden sand, and with hope on the horizon. But paradise is not defined by its landscape. It is defined by how we care for our people. Let us ensure that the Cayman Islands remains not only a dream to visit, but a dream to grow up in. Because, Mr. Speaker, not every young person wakes up feeling that sunshine. Not every child sees Cayman as a fairy tale. For some of our young people, behind this postcard beauty, there is silence, there is anxiety, there is depression. Mr. Speaker, these are struggles that no turquoise sea can wash away. That is why this motion proposes a community mental health crisis hotline staffed by trained professionals to provide immediate emotional support, guidance, and referrals. This is not about replacing existing services. This is about strengthening the safety net. It is about ensuring that when a young person is alone in their room at midnight, overwhelmed, afraid, and unsure of who to talk to, there is someone on the other end of that line. Mr. Speaker, a hotline is more than a phone number. It is a lifeline. It is a quiet voice at 3 a.m. saying, "You are not alone." All it takes is one hotline. One phone call can prevent hospitalization. One conversation can prevent self-harm. One moment of listening can change a life's trajectory. When a young person feels overwhelmed, when a parent does not know where to turn, when a family is in distress, there must be somewhere to call. We cannot assume that sunshine alone erases suffering. We must ensure that in moments of darkness, there is a light, steady, calm, and compassionate. Because, Mr. Speaker, in a small island community, silence spreads quickly, but so can hope. So we must dig further. If the hotline is intervention, the youth engagement and support program is the prevention. We ask, what are skill-building opportunities? They're not simply extracurricular activities. They are protective factors. They are the building blocks of confident, resilient Caymanians. Research consistently shows that structured engagement reduces vulnerability to negative behaviors and improves emotional resilience. Mr. Speaker, if I must quote Dr. Lockhart myself, there have been significant improvements for individuals based on rehabilitation, learned coping skills, and vocational skill training. Ask him yourself.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Honorable Premier, do you give way?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You speak about rehabilitation, but do you realize there's no rehabilitation center for youth? So what are you talking about? Where's the evidence for youth rehabilitation when there's none here?
Mr. Speaker, no, we do not have a rehabilitation center for youth, and that is the problem. But if you go to our motion and you read, and be it further resolved that there will be an implementation of a nationwide youth engagement and support program. Mr. Speaker, no, we do not have one, but we are working towards having one so that kids have a place to turn in the darkest times.
Madam Premier, you may continue.
May I continue? Crafts that teach patience and creativity, coping skills that teach emotional regulation, public speaking that builds confidence and voice, sports that foster teamwork and discipline, field trips that expand imagination beyond district lines, from West Bay to East End, from Spot Bay to West End, from Point of Sand to Blossom Village. Mr. Speaker, when we give a child skills, we give them power. When we give a young person an opportunity, we reduce vulnerability. Idle time after school and on weekends should not
Point
become...
elucidation, Mr. Speaker.
Elected member, I did not recognize you. So have a seat, please. Madam Premier, you may continue. I recognize the elected member for West Bay North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Madam Premier, do you give way?
No.
You may continue.
Thank you. Imagine a Cayman where every district has safe spaces, buzzing with activity, where mentors guide young people, where creativity flourishes, where young Caymanians learn not just how to survive, but how to thrive. That, Mr. Speaker, is how we protect the dream. We often speak of preserving our island vibe, the music, the culture, the unity, the warmth, the Cayman kind. But the island vibe is not just the beaches and the breezes. It is a community. It is us looking out for one another. It is making sure that no young Caymanian feels invisible in a place so beautiful. Mr. Speaker, in a population as small as ours, every percentage point matters because every child matters. If Cayman is a fairy tale, then let it be one grounded in truth and not in an illusion. Let it be a story where we acknowledge our challenges and respond with courage, where we match our natural beauty.
Remaining, Madam Premier.
Thank you. With emotional resilience, where we ensure that the sunshine outside is reflected in the well-being inside. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as the Premier, I have to urge this honorable House to move this member's motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, growing up, I was taught that what you build matters, but what you build it on matters more. So when the very foundation of this motion is weak, how exactly are we supposed to build any further? Mr. Speaker, the first whereas claims that the Cayman Islands has a depression rate of 4.6% compared to a global average of 1.1%, and presents this comparison as evidence of an alarming national crisis. Let me be clear. I am as concerned about the mental health of our people as anyone else in this honorable parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, the opposition must ask, why are we even comparing Cayman to a global average in the first place? The global average includes countries with vastly different healthcare systems, reporting standards, cultural attitudes toward mental health, and access to diagnosis. Comparing a small country with a small population like the Cayman Islands to a global figure that includes underreported regions is not only misleading, but also statistically irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, before this government drops policy based on numbers, it might require a math tutor, because this comparison simply does not add up. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Alex Panton Foundation, which conducted the study referenced in this motion, received government funding and support. The Hansard is there to prove that just last Thursday, in the parliamentary debate, the Honorable Isaac Rankin said in his speech that his ministry provided $150,000 for the year of 2026-2027 to the Alex Pontin Foundation. The opposition is not questioning the intentions of the motion. However, when the government helps fund the very organization whose statistics are later used to justify new policies, this House must pause and ask for independent verification and context. Mr. Speaker, the study itself does not clearly explain how depression was measured, which age groups were surveyed, or whether those figures represent diagnosed cases or self-reported experiences. Without that clarity, statistics become a talking point rather than a reliable policy tool. Turning now to the third whereas, which states that other Caribbean countries have successfully implemented mental health hotlines with significant usage. Mr. Speaker, this clause assumes two things. First, that usage automatically equals success, and second, that hotline substitutes are not already present in the Cayman Islands. Both assumptions are flawed. Mr. Speaker,
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Mr. Speaker, point of elucidation.
Elected member for Red Bay, do you win?
No.
You may continue.
The Cayman Islands already has 6 mental health helplines accessible to adults and young people alike. Though they aren't 24-hour services, our questionnaire states that 96.3% of youths do not use them. So the opposition must ask.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training and District Administration and Home Affairs.
Point of order, misleading the House. The opposition is saying that we have helplines as substitutes for hotlines. However, helplines and hotlines are not the same thing. Therefore, they cannot be substitutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I said substitutes, correct? So I know that they aren't the same thing, but I said we have substitutes. I'm not referring to hotlines. So clarity, please.
I'm gonna ask you to withdraw your previous statement referencing helplines, substituting hotlines, as the Honorable Minister did say they're not the same thing. So they cannot be used as substitutes.
You want me to retract my statement? I do. May I continue? So the opposition must ask, what exactly is being proposed that is new? Are we duplicating services instead of improving the ones we already have? Are we solving a problem or simply rebranding it? Additionally, Mr. Speaker, high usage...
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order, misleading the House. The honourable member says that we are, duplicating services, but how is this a duplicate if a hotline is not already present here? There are helplines present. So could I please ask that the honourable member please retract your statement?
Elected member.
Mr. Speaker, I will not retract my statement. My colleagues will further discuss this in their speech later on. May I continue with my speech?
You may continue.
Thank you. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, high usage of hotlines does not necessarily indicate positive outcomes. It may instead indicate rising distress, lack of follow-up care, or insufficient early intervention. The government has provided no evidence that the hotlines referred in other Caribbean countries led to reduced depression rates, improved long-term mental health outcomes, or meaningful rehabilitation for youth. Mr. Speaker, policy should not be built on assumptions and comparisons taken at face value. If the government wishes to cite regional examples, it must also present evidence of effectiveness, sustainability, and measurable improvement, not just existence. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the opposition believes that this motion relies on weak comparisons, incomplete data, and assumptions that do not reflect on Cayman's current reality. This House should not be rushed into supporting measures based on statistics that lack context and solutions that may already exist. Mental health is too serious of an issue for poor math, vague comparisons,
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House again. Mr. Speaker, the member is still talking about institutions that we already have. We do not have any hotlines, Mr. Speaker. So can the honourable member please retract her statement.
I'm gonna ask the honourable member to continue her speech. She does not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition urges this honourable House to demand stronger evidence, clearer definitions, and genuine accountability before moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for West Bay South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, allow me to start with a short story. Last year, a teacher in my constituency described a student who had quietly stopped participating in class. His grades slipped, he stopped speaking to his friends, and eventually the school discovered that he'd been waiting weeks to access professional counseling. Now imagine that young person hearing a national debate where leaders suggest that mental health struggles lead to criminal behavior among the youth. That is not a small claim, Mr. Speaker, because when leaders make claims like that, they do not just shape policy, they shape how an entire generation is perceived. And that is why this clause deserves careful scrutiny. Today, I'll make two clear arguments. Firstly, that this clause misconstrues the real problem, access to services. And secondly, that this clause risks reinforcing harmful stereotypes about young people and crime. Let me begin with my first point. This clause speaks about unmet mental health needs. That phrase sounds persuasive, but what does it actually mean? It's also extremely vague. What exactly qualifies as an unmet need? Does it mean something much more serious, a person needing professional counseling and being unable to access it? Because if we look at the data in the Cayman Islands, Mr. Speaker, the real problem becomes clear. The Department of Counseling Services, the government agency responsible for public counseling, has only around a few dozen staff members in total, serving an entire national population. And across the 3 islands, there are only 13 psychologists and a handful of psychiatrists, serving the entire population. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the demand for mental health is rising. In 2022 alone, over 12,600 residents access some form of mental health service. So the problem is not mysterious. The problem is systemic capacity. Yet instead of addressing that gap with expanded services, more counselors, and better access in schools, this motion focuses on vague claims.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Would you not say by implementing...
Minister.
Point of elucidation?
Elected member, do you give way?
I give way.
Would you not say by implementing our hotline and other services, this is not expanding on our medical services for mental health?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we're talking about the root of the issue here. They're focusing on dealing with acute circumstances. That is why we need to be clear and amend this motion, as will be stated further by my colleagues, that this is not the correct way to solve this issue. Thank you.
You may continue.
Yet instead of addressing that gap with expanded services, more counselors, and better access in schools, this motion focuses on vague claims about unmet needs. Policy must be measurable. If the government wants to solve a problem, it must answer 3 simple questions. How many young people need help? How long are they waiting? And how many professionals are available to provide that help? If those numbers are not clearly defined, then what exactly are we measuring success against? Because legislation without measurable indicators is not policy. It is, if I may say so respectfully, optimism with a title page. Now to my second point, and this is the most concerning. This clause suggests that unmet mental health leads to contributing to behavioral problems and criminal involvement. Mr. Speaker, that is not a casual link. That is a claim with serious social ramifications. Because when government rhetoric links mental health struggles with criminal behavior, it risks reinforcing harmful stereotypes that young people already face. Imagine a teenager struggling with anxiety or depression. They're already worried about being judged, already worried about the stigma. And now they hear their leaders publicly linking mental health struggles to crime. What message does that send? That seeking help makes you look dangerous. That vulnerability makes you look suspicious. And that is precisely the kind of stigma that discourages people from seeking help in the first place. If we reinforce the idea that mental health struggles lead to criminal behavior, we risk deepening that stigma even further. Mr. Speaker, young people stop speaking up. They stop seeking help, and they suffer in silence. Mr. Speaker, building policy on stereotypes is like building a house on weak foundations. At first, everything looks impressive. The walls go up, the roof goes on. There are speeches, ribbon cuttings, and applause. But when the first storm comes, the cracks start to appear because the foundation was flawed from the beginning. And if this motion is built on the assumption that youth mental health naturally leads to crime, then it risks ignoring the real cause of both mental health challenges.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, evidence. I would like to see evidence how mental health is not linked to crimes. And we're not saying all of them are, but there are statistics that show mental health gone unhelped will lead to crime. So do you have any evidence to support that claim?
I do not have evidence to support that claim at this time.
So, Mr. Speaker, can she please retract her statement? Where part she said mental health and crimes are linked and that the government is building on a faulty system or we're creating taboos. We are not creating taboos. We're speaking on evidence and logical statistics.
Elected member.
I indeed did not say that there was no link. I just said that you guys are misconstruing the evidence. So I will not be retracting my statement unless asked by the
Okay,
speaker.
you may continue. Please. I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. The elected member, and may I say, and I quote, that there is a link between we are creating a link between mental health and crime. So therefore, we are creating a stereotype for those children who already have anxiety and depression, and we're giving them more anxiety because we're linking crime to mental health. Those are the elected member's exact words. So could I ask you to please retract your statement because you said you did not say that there was a link?
Sorry, elected member for Georgetown South. Those are, from what I remember, were not the exact words of the elected member. So she may continue with her speech. And you have 30 seconds remaining.
The opposition supports addressing youth mental well-being. We support stronger services. We support better access to counseling. But we cannot support legislation built on assumptions that risk stigmatizing the very young people we are trying to help. Because in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, policy must do more than sound compassionate. It must also be accurate, evidence-based, and built on solid foundations. And our young people deserve nothing less, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health, Environment, and Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to thank my colleague, elected member for Georgetown South, for bringing forward this important motion. As the Minister of Health, this matter falls directly within my ministry. And because of that responsibility, I respectfully request 1 additional minute to properly address this motion before this honorable House.
Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
I respectfully request 1 additional minute to properly address the motion before this honorable House.
You may have another minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we are in a room surrounded by Caymanian youth, youth who may not have a support system to rely on. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, and not only the youth in this room, but everyone, to please stand if you or someone you know has ever silently struggled. See, Mr. Speaker, this is evidence in of itself of the growing crisis of mental health. Because when a young person faces a mental health crisis, there is no warning system and too often no support. Mr. Speaker, answer me this. If a young person in the Cayman Islands is in mental distress tonight, where do they turn? And who answers the call? We would never ignore a physical health crisis affecting our youth. So why should we ignore a mental one? If a young person is brave enough to ask for help, the least we can do is be ready to answer and be ready to help. As the Minister of Health, I am standing here to acknowledge that mental health is health, and today's motion recognizes that protecting the minds of our young people is essential to protecting the Cayman Islands itself. According to Dr. Erica Lam, a psychologist who works with mental health charity, the Alex Panton Foundation, a major survey of 3,339 school children from years 6 to 12 had found 529 of them had suicidal thoughts, and 247 had tried to take their own lives.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you,
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Honourable Minister, do you give way?
I give way.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And may I ask what happened to these students? As we already established, there's no rehabilitation center. So what did we do? Did we just leave them? As Minister of Health, I expect you to have an answer.
Well, considering that I'm the Minister of Health right now today in this room, I do not have any saying for what happened before. But as the Minister of Health, I am standing here before you to argue a motion that is for those children so that we can help them in the future and right now.
You may continue with your speech.
Thank you. This motion recognizes that early intervention, accessible support, and professional care are not optional extras, but necessary investments in youth rehabilitation, public safety, and national well-being. Mr. Speaker, as it stands today, the only immediate emergency response available in the Cayman Islands during a mental health crisis is 911. And our 911 operators are highly trained, but they get tens of thousands of calls each year. We cannot expect them to carry the burden of mental health crises when they're not just any other emergency.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of order. Do you have any evidence for the statistics of the amount of calls that the 911 operators get throughout the year?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do.
Will the Honourable Minister please provide the Sergeant with said evidence? Honourable Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I do not have the evidence with me right now.
Okay, I will ask the Honourable Minister to retract her statement about the number of calls received by the police.
Okay, I will retract my statement.
You may continue with your speech.
May I continue? Mr. Speaker, when someone calls 911 in psychological distress, the call is typically handed off to general emergency responders. However, there is no dedicated 24-hour mental health professional immediately available at the point of crisis response. And Mr. Speaker, the opposition may argue we already have services, and we do have services. We have behavioral health through HSA, we have Alex's Place, Cayman, Kids Helpline, and the Crisis Center. But let us not confuse presence with preparedness. What we have are helplines. What we do not have is a dedicated 24-hour mental health crisis hotline staffed by trained professionals. And Mr. Speaker, if we have gotten so far and opposition still doesn't know the difference between a helpline and a hotline, I am honestly worried. A helpline listens when it can, a hotline responds when it must. This hotline will be staffed by licensed mental health professionals, psychologists, counselors, psychiatric social workers trained in crisis prevention, suicide risk assessment, de-escalation, and trauma-informed care. And beyond crisis response, our nationwide youth rehabilitation and support program will be structured with intention. And Mr. Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Honourable Minister, do you give way?
I do not give way.
Continue with your speech, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to quickly counter something that the opposition attempted to claim, which is that mental health issues do not lead to crime, as if we are assuming something by linking to the two, when I have the evidence right here in front of me from the European Journal of Psychotraumatology that trauma histories among justice-involved youth, findings from the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, which explains how traumas in the youth lead to behavioral issues.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of order, misleading the House. The statistic you cited talks about trauma, not mental health issues.
Mr. Speaker, I'm confused. Does trauma not lead to mental health issues?
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. Our member was saying that connecting crime with mental health issues provides a stigma where they cannot come out to talk about their mental health issues. We were not saying that there isn't a link.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member tried to attempt to fix her statement, but still, the honourable member did state that we are assuming a link. When we are not assuming a link, the link is there.
I will ask.
May I continue? Thank you. This youth rehabilitation program will combine trained professionals and supervised trained volunteers in a responsible ratio. Professionals will provide oversight, case management, and clinical expertise, and volunteers will strengthen outreach, mentorship, and community connection. This is not symbolic policy, which the opposition seems to be so fond of.
30 seconds remaining.
But it is structured, supervised, accountable support. As Minister of Health, I believe our response exactly reflects the scale of the problem. Mr. Speaker, help should never wait. For our youth, every second counts, and it is time Cayman answered the call.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training and District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've heard from my fellow government members that this motion is pertinent to the safeguarding of the mental health of our youth, our young people, our children. As Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Education and Training, I rise to outline the impact of mental health in schools, after-school vulnerability, a brief look into the use of community centers/church halls, as well as government funding, contracts, and stipulations. Mr. Speaker, according to the Alex Panson Foundation, it was seen that 34.4% of teenage girls said they are not satisfied with themselves, and 17.3% of teenage boys said the same. These statistics might seem small, but they don't feel small when you see your friends having to cover the scars.
I recognize the elected member for Red Bay.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Evidence.
Evidence to what regard?
The statistics from the Alex Panson Foundation.
Does the Honourable Minister have evidence to provide?
Yes, I do.
Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you. But these statistics might not seem small, but they don't feel small when you see your friends having to cover the scars from self-harm. Mr. Speaker, these statistics show an alarming rise in the mental health epidemic in schools. And Mr. Speaker, if we don't pass this motion, our youth will suffer detrimentally for it. Mr. Speaker, within our schools, what we have already is not enough. You telling me that in Clifton Hunter, you have 2 counselors with a third one occasionally coming in? 1 occupational therapist, 1 counselor, and 1 educational psychologist split between 2 primary schools and the high school in the BRAC? That can't work. We need more support.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Do you give way, Minister?
I give way.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the honorable member realizes that all the schools he mentioned are government schools, government-funded schools, that they hire people. So the fact that they don't have the proper staffing, isn't that your job to make sure they do, and you're just acknowledging your own negligence?
Acknowledging previous negligences. This motion serves to fix these previous mistakes. May I continue?
Yes, you may.
This is why we have put forward our motion. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it is vital to target schools through our after-school youth engagement program. The Chamber of Commerce reports, quote, report underscores that half of mental health conditions emerge before the age of 18. Mr. Speaker, surely the opposition can concede to the fact we need better mental health services. And it's not just us saying this. The WHO and UNICEF both stress major importances of helping the youth. Devorah Kessel, Director of Mental Health at the WHO, says, and this is another quote, "We must take action to ensure that evidence-based and age-appropriate interventions are available." Mr. Speaker, the importance of providing our services 24/7 cannot be understated. The youth often have these depressive episodes and suicidal thoughts between the hours of 4 and 5 a.m. Mr. Speaker, if we want an effective way of dealing with the current crisis, we need a toll-free 24/7 crisis hotline to help these youths when there's no one there with them. Mr. Speaker, during these bouts of loneliness, we need to let the youth know that they are not alone, that they are seen, and this needs to be done by mental health professionals. The youth need a helping hand. This helping hand is not only by our proposed hotline, but also by our after-school and youth engagement program, in which the volume of depression is drowned by the song of community. Centers will be places where the youth can connect with one another, while under the supervision of those they can look up to and provide the necessary aid needed. Mr. Speaker, this hotline capitalizes on the most important aspect of the human experience, social connection. And this is a vital step when dealing with the underlying issues of mental health in our beautiful islands. Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands has plenty of facilities available. It is our plan to use these facilities, such as civic centers, town halls, unused church halls, to serve as location for our youth support and engagement programs. Resources like the volleyball courts on the public beach and the calisthenics park in the BRAC will be used for skill-building activities, sports, and physical activity. Mr. Speaker, the opposition would like you to believe that this motion is going to...
I recognize the elected member for Safana.
Point of elucidation.
Honorable Minister, do you give way?
I give way.
Where are these plenty of facilities you speak of?
If the honorable member had been paying attention, I listed them. Thank you. May I continue?
Sorry, Honorable Minister, I don't think you answered this question.
Well, if you want me to repeat myself, the volleyball courts on the public beach and the calisthenics park in the BRAC are just a few of these examples. Thank you.
You may continue, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition would like you to believe that this motion is going to break the bank, that we will be in a deficit we cannot escape. But I ask you what's more important, lining our pockets full of cash, or helping our youth? However, we understand the opposition's query. After all, we're going to try to spend more than we can afford, right? But we are not building new facilities, with the exception of the sister islands. We are building on a solid
30 seconds
foundation.
remaining, Minister.
Thank you. We are building on a solid foundation already laid out. The government has crafted this motion to be as economical and efficient as it possibly can be. Mr. Speaker, cut the theatrics. Let's talk logistics. We plan to run a hotline service run by Cayman's finest, our students who we've put through university and higher education in the fields regarding mental health. They will come back to provide this fundamental service. As for our youth engagement and support centers, we plan a system of 1 professional to 3 volunteers that will be appropriately supervised. So tell me, Mr. Speaker, does this really sound impossible?
Honorable Minister, your time is up.
Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at first glance, this motion sounds very compelling. The government stands before this honorable House claiming to champion youth mental health through structured mentorship, recreational activities, and early intervention services. And of course, those are noble goals. But as the Leader of Opposition, it is my responsibility to ask one very simple question. Is this claim accurate? Mr. Speaker, let us begin with the fourth whereas of this motion, which states that many young people lack consistent access to structured mentorship and safe recreational opportunities. Before we even debate that claim, we must first define what those opportunities actually are. Recreational activities are structured, organized activities designed for enjoyment, development, and well-being. These include sport programs, youth club, performing arts, school clubs, and community initiatives. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we examine the Cayman Islands, I wonder if the government truly knows the youth they claim to be fighting for. The opposition conducted questionnaires across all schools throughout the islands to directly hear from the young people themselves. When asked, do you believe you lack consistent access to safe recreational activities? 82.6% said no. When asked, do you believe you lack consistent access?
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Honorable Leader, do you give way?
I do.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. I would like to ask a question. So when you did the survey, you said 82.6% said whatever they said, right? Out of how many?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We surveyed 372 students in all, throughout all, I believe, 7 schools, both private and public.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now, point of order, misleading the House. The survey, I have the survey here, and the survey does not show an accurate representation of public schools. It just shows a vast majority of, I don't want to call names here, but a certain private school that starts with a C and ends with a P, Cayman Prep. Yeah, so the vast majority of votes came from that school, that private school, and there were hardly any public schools in that survey. So could I ask you to please retract your statement about public schools?
Mr. Speaker, I will not be retracting my statement. Private school or public school, there still are youth who have mental health issues.
Honorable Leader, you may continue with your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Point of elucidation.
Honorable Leader, do you give way?
Yes, I do.
However, would you not say that said private schools actually have more in support of their youth's mental health than the public schools?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could say the private schools still have the 3 same counselors as the public schools. We're not properly funded. But in terms of lacking consistent access to mentorship, if we're going off the mass majority, they're saying they don't because the government provides that already. They don't need more of these services. We already have them.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Point of elucidation.
Honorable Leader, do you give way?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You may continue with your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, point of elucidation.
Honorable Leader, do you give way?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Point of order, misleading the House. Earlier, when you made a point of elucidation to one of my honorable members, you stated that the government actually has negligences within these mentorships and these counselors. But now you're going back on your statement, and you are saying that we do have those within the government schools. We do have those within the private schools, which aren't funded by us. And matter of fact, on top of that, these negligencies are not from us. They are from previous governments. So it is our job to fix those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not misleading the House because what I said is that they choose the people, they fund the schools, they have counselors there, and yet we have the same counselors at the same number of counselors, and we're getting the same results all over. I'm not retracting my statement. May I continue, please?
Yes, you may, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, these numbers are not close. Those are overwhelming responses. Students consistently reported that schools already provide structured extracurricular activities. Mentorship programs exist within school pastoral system. Counselors are available during school hours and after school.
I recognize the elected member for Cayman Brock West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a quick point of elucidation. Sorry, point of elucidation.
Honorable Leader, do you give way?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You may continue with your speech.
So I ask again, where is the evidence?
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, evidence. Does the Leader of the Opposition have evidence for these pastoral services that give these structured mentorship or these programs?
Elected member, I don't think they need evidence for that. As it's
no, sorry, because she said that they give these already. So I'd like to see evidence of that.
Sorry, elected member, I'm going to have to ask you to take a seat, please, so the Honorable Leader can continue with her speech.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask again, where's the evidence that many young people lack access? The motion does not provide figures. It does not define how many young people constitutes as many. Now, Mr. Speaker, what they are doing is calling for more programs without identifying a clear gap. This is not policy. This is presentation. Now let me turn to the second issue. And frankly, it's a more troubling one. This motion is titled A Comprehensive Framework for Mental Health Support and Youth Rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, that is a very bold title, a rather significant problem. But Mr. Speaker, take a look at the motion. Nowhere in this motion does it mention youth rehabilitation. It is not actually addressed. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about the reality in the Cayman Islands. Cayman does not currently...
I recognize the elected member for West Bay Central.
Mr. Speaker, point of elucidation.
Do you give way, Honorable Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Did the member read our motion?
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member is referring to their last beat for the resolve, where it talks about a mental health support program, that is not rehabilitation. That is a support program. If we wanted rehabilitation, we would have had something like Ponciana for our youth, but we do not. You already admitted that you don't have a rehabilitation center already, and what you have in your motion is not that. May I continue?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So while the government speaks about rehabilitation in its title, and the proposal within the motion primarily focuses on hotlines and youth programs, and while those may support well-being, they are not rehabilitation. In other words, rehabilitation addresses young people who have already fallen through the cracks. When we spoke...
Honorable members, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that you limit your point of orders and elucidations and only ask if they're absolutely necessary. You may continue, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we spoke to staff at Ponciana and asked why a rehabilitation center for youth was not present, I was astonished by the answer. Mr. Speaker, you know what they said? They said if they asked the government for youth rehabilitation in the initial planning for the adult rehabilitation too, it would never get done. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government has already shown that they only care about right now when the people stop believing in false promises of tomorrow, and that the mental health issues of today was the last government's problem. In the questionnaire, we also asked, how would you describe your mental health currently? And 25 students selected poor. That's 25 children in critical conditions to 3 beds the government was so generous to put in HSA. Mr. Speaker, the most significant structural gap in our system, a dedicated youth rehabilitation facility, is completely absent from this motion. Mr. Speaker, why are we treating our youth like an afterthought instead of our island's future? This government promises rehabilitation, but delivers recreation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Cayman West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and esteemed members of this Honorable Youth Parliament, good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, let me start off with a quote that many of us can relate to. "Not no mountain high enough." But Mr. Speaker, what happens when the mountain is despair, stress, anxiety, and the burdens of everyday life? So much for reaching the top. But today, we're here to dismantle that mountain and lower the barriers to mental health support for our youth in the Cayman Islands. Mental health in the Cayman Islands is a topic more relevant now than ever before. In our islands, approximately 4.6% of the population experience depression, with a suicide rate of 4.75 per 50,000. If that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is. It's time we stop singing, "Don't worry, be happy," and start worrying, because our youth mental state is depressing. It's time we face the reality that our youth is struggling. Mr. Speaker, we have built enough roundabouts. It's time we build a youth rehabilitation center for Cayman and Little Cayman to help reshape the future, our youth, through mental health and crime prevention. Imagine for a moment, Mr. Speaker, if
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. Their motion speaks about using existing facilities, yet the Honorable Member just spoke about building something in Cayman Brac. Please ask him to retract his statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not be retracting my statement, because if you look in Cayman Brac and also Little Cayman, but Cayman Brac, you know, mainly because there's more youth in Cayman Brac than Little Cayman, there is no existing facilities. Where are the children gonna go? On top of that, there is
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
Yes, I give way.
So does this honorable member then agree that there are no good facilities in the Cayman Brac to be utilized, and that in the motion where it says there will be utilizing existing facilities, that line is obsolete?
Elected member for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman, I'm gonna ask you to retract your previous statement, as your motion does say existing facilities and not new ones. So please retract your statement.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry about that. I retract my statement. But just to answer the question that, the previous opposition member asked me, there is existing facilities in Grand Cayman, but we are not allowed, we cannot forget Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. As another one of my members said, we are not three, we are one altogether. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that yes, there is no existing facilities in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, but there is in Grand Cayman. Therefore, we need to build in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman because our youth are not able to go to these grown. There is facilities. The Department of Community...
Member, I'm going to ask you, in the interest of time, to please continue with your speech, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, can I continue, sir? Imagine for a moment, Mr. Speaker, if every young person in this room had immediate access to mental health support 24/7 whenever they needed it, where they could dial a number and speak to a trained professional who understands their crisis, ready to lift them out of that deep pit. This isn't a dream. It could be our reality, Mr. Speaker. If we support this motion for a comprehensive framework for mental health and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands, it would ensure immediate support for individuals in distress, reducing wait times and increasing accessibility to services. With this early intervention and access to proper support, the rates of depression and anxiety among our youth can decrease, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, consider the words of a local mentor who once said, if we don't address mental health now, we'll pay the price later. It is as simple as that. We must and will invest our time in our youth's well-being now to prevent future crises. The ICCLR studies show that inadequately addressed mental health needs can lead to behavioral issues and even criminal activity. It's like letting a rubber band stretch too far and eventually, bam, it snaps back and licks you in your face. What a boost of confidence. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, let's look at our neighbors in the Caribbean. Let's choose Bermuda. They've seen success with mental health hotlines, which have become lifelines for many young people. It's time we learn from them. In addition, Mr. Speaker, what about our sister islands? As the member for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman, I know that many young people on Cayman Brac try to escape the vastness of the ocean, but can't even drown out their own worries. They need help, Mr. Speaker, not an over-exaggerated island adventure to the help. It's giving Survivor, Mental Health Edition, trying to figure it out all alone. However, Mr. Speaker, this is where a 24/7 crisis hotline would break down those geographical barriers. Imagine getting help, Mr. Speaker, no matter if you're on Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, or Little Cayman. In addition to the hotline, our motion proposes a youth engagement and support program to empower young people and prevent criminal behavior. According to the OJJDP comprehensive gang model, similar programs have led to findings showing a 30% reduction in youth crime rates in participating communities. We can transform lives, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, supporting this motion means supporting a brighter future for all young people in the Cayman Islands. It's about breaking the silence around mental health, making sure no one feels left out and alone in their struggles. Because as the great saying goes, it's okay to not be okay. But it's never
30
okay.
seconds remaining, elected member.
Yes, sir. It's okay to not be okay, but it's never okay to let our youth suffer in silence. Our youth are like Wi-Fi. If we ignore them, we might just lose the connection. So, Mr. Speaker, let us take action now for our youth's happiness and well-being in the Cayman Islands. And in the words of the great musician, Machel Montano, happiness is the key to success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I read this motion initially, I found myself asking a very simple question. Why create a new service that is very similar to the ones we have when the youth are not using or benefiting from such existing services? Now, Mr. Speaker, before you recognize any honorable members who will undoubtedly stand up on point of orders, I ask these honorable members to listen to my argument. A survey conducted by the opposition found that 96.3% of students have never used any of the helplines available. And of the students who did, only 25.9% found them effective. If those statistics do not scream ineffectiveness, I don't know what will. On paper, the government's proposal seems compassionate.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Point of elucidation.
Deputy Leader, do you give way?
I give way.
I asked the honorable member that 20-something%, if our services were completely ineffective, then how would we have that percentage that are using it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are trying to implement something new to help the youth, right? So wouldn't we want our new services to be much more effective than simply 29.9, sorry? This opposition, of course, cares about that 25.9%. But going forward, we need to act efficiently. We need to address things on a wider scale than 25.
Honorable members, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that you limit your point of orders and point of elucidations, please. So have a seat, please. Have a seat, please, sir. Have a seat, please, sir. You may continue, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On paper, the government's proposal seems compassionate and proactive, and it undoubtedly could greatly benefit many of our Caymanians who are struggling. But the opposition questions whether this avenue will make the intended meaningful contributions to addressing the growing concerns around poor mental health in our young people. Before I begin my argument, it is imperative that I outline the difference between a helpline and a hotline. According to Mind UK, a mental health hotline is a service intended to offer immediate mental health crisis support, often staffed 24/7 by trained personnel who can respond quickly to urgent needs and escalate to emergency resources if required. Contrastingly, a helpline is a service that provides non-emergency mental health support, information, and direction to resources. They may not be 24/7 or immediate. In other words, the major difference between a hotline and a helpline is just a matter of scope of severity that they cater to, but the general operation is quite similar. So, Mr. Speaker, the question remains, if the youth are not utilizing or finding the helplines currently in place effective, then why implement a very similar service? This Honorable Youth Parliament cannot resort to replicating an ineffective solution for the flashy headline to say that we've done something. Lives are on the line. Even if we accept the argument that having a 24-hour hotline may cater better to and be very beneficial to our young people, the opposition is not convinced that this will address the growing demand for addressing poor mental health in our youth. What is really going to help our youth is focusing on expanding counseling services to make them more accessible so that we can stabilize the mental health of the youth in the long term. Mr. Speaker, why does this government insist on addressing issues only when they spiral out of control? Just last year, this government only decided to separate adult and child mental health patients following a report of an adult patient acting sexually inappropriately towards a minor in their unit. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't you agree that such risks were quite foreseeable? It is not enough to make change only when the problem has reached its pinnacle, and this aspect of this motion seems to be treading down a similar dark path. Mr. Speaker, that is reactive, not proactive. Based on our survey, most students sought mental health support from their teachers, friends, parents, and mental health professionals instead of helplines. So, Mr. Speaker, what's the common theme here? Young people need access to long-term mental health resources that will address the root issues of what they are experiencing. They need to feel heard by someone who they can build a connection with and feel truly understood by, not someone only present for emergencies. Right now, the Cayman Islands lacks that long-term support. Mr. Jason Dunkley from the Department of Counseling
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
I give way.
Does the opposition not know that within our motion we have an after-school youth engagement program which aims are exactly that, to provide a long-term support?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a productive member of this Honourable Youth Parliament, I do not act here to simply oppose just anything that the government says for the sake of opposal. I actually care about these youth, and so I am simply reiterating the counseling, the benefits of counseling that would provide for the Caymanians. Thank you. Mr. Jason Dunkley.
30 seconds remaining, by the way.
Now, I will not dismiss that this community mental health crisis hotline is a good idea. But rather than reinventing the wheel by implementing new resources, we should focus on strengthening these existing resources by increasing operation hours, having more specialized departments or professionals in regards to age
Minister,
groups
have a seat, please.
and mental health. Matters. Improving response times and expanding
Honorable
outreach.
Deputy Leader, your time is up.
May I request 1 extra minute to finish up my speech?
You may have 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the biggest struggles of helplines and hotlines around the globe is a lack of trust. How many of you sitting in this honorable house have felt like they cannot reach out, afraid that people will judge them? Those on the other side of hotlines will never know our full story. And for many of us, the fear of vulnerability and being misunderstood is paralyzing. Existing helplines have already built client trust, so why not expand those existing services to accommodate the scope that a hotline deals with? It would be far more strategic to invest in what is trusted rather than starting from scratch. Creating a new hotline may leave young people unsure of which number to call or which service to trust. Expanding existing resources.
Deputy Leader, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a system is only as strong as its most urgent moment. When someone is in distress, there is no time to search, no time to guess. And Mr. Speaker, guess how much time we have for confusion? None. The true test of governance is whether help can be reached clearly, quickly, and without barriers. We would never construct roads that lead nowhere, nor design power systems that fail when demand increases. Infrastructure is built to function under pressure, and mental health support must be treated with that same seriousness. When one of our civilians is in distress, the path to help should be clear, not complicated, Mr. Speaker. Mental health services do exist across the Cayman Islands. For example, within the Health Services Authority, our schools, community organizations, dedicated professionals are already doing important work. Yet the issue before us is not commitment, it is coordination. Valuable services exist, but they are not always connected in a way that allows individuals and families to navigate them easily during moments of urgency. At present, Mr. Speaker, there is no single dedicated national mental health crisis hotline, no clear number that a parent, teacher, or young person can call and know immediately that they will be directed to the right support. In situations involving distress or crisis, that clarity matters, Mr. Speaker. This motion proposed recognizes that gap and proposes a practical administrative solution. The Community Mental Health Crisis Hotline would operate as a centralized triage and referral mechanism. Calls will be received by trained mental health professionals who assess urgency, determine risk, and connect individuals directly to the most appropriate service, whether behavioral health support, school-based counseling, community outreach programs, or emergency services. In civil service operational terms, the hotline would not duplicate services that already exist. Rather, it would serve as a gateway into those services, ensuring that the first point of contact leads to structured and coordinated support. From the perspective of the civil service, Mr. Speaker, the feasibility of such a system lies within. Oversight would sit within established public service framework with clear reporting lines, defined referral protocols, and regular communication between participating departments and agencies. Data on-call volumes and outcomes would allow the service to be monitored and adjusted as necessary. The Youth Engagement and Support Program follows the same principle. Instead of building entirely new infrastructure in the Grand Cayman, the program would utilize existing public facilities, such as schools, community centers, youth spaces, and coordinate qualified mentors and counselors during after-school hours and weekends, something this civil service fully supports. Sustainability also requires workforce planning. A hotline cannot function without trained professionals, and prevention initiatives cannot succeed without a stable pipeline of expertise. The scholarship pathway proposed within this motion for Caymanian students pursuing psychology and related disciplines provide a long-term solution to that challenge. By pairing those scholarships with return of service commitments, graduates will return to the Cayman Islands to serve within our mental health framework, including staffing and strengthening the hotline. This ensures that the system develops local expertise rather than relying solely on external recruitment. This approach allows the civil service to plan for future capacity rather than simply reacting to demand. And honestly, Mr. Speaker, that demand is real. In 2022 alone, more than 12,600 of our people, Mr. Speaker, access mental health services across our islands. Meeting that level of need requires not only compassion, but coordination, structure, and long-term planning. This motion reflects those principles. It strengthens coordination across services, it avoids duplication by building on existing systems, and it supports sustainable workforce deployment. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, this motion portrays the kind of practical, coordinated leadership that our islands require, and it has my full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Cayman Brock East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all I've heard so far is about the mental health hotline that was stated in the first Be It Therefore Resolve. But as my fellow leader of opposition had pointed out, there is currently no physical facility that specializes in youth rehabilitation. Furthermore, the government in their motion states that they will utilize existing facilities. But, Mr. Speaker, which facilities? Because remember now, there is none in the sister islands. Mr. Speaker, is the government implying that they do not know their own islands? Dare I say...
the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Point of order, misleading the House. In my previous speech, I said with sole exception to the sister islands, we would be utilizing previous facilities.
Mr. Speaker, I do not believe that I was misleading the House because I clearly stated that no one has mentioned the fact of youth rehabilitation. He has stated youth recreation. That is not the same as youth rehabilitation, so I am not misleading the House. Can I continue with my speech?
I'm inclined to agree with the Honourable Minister and ask that you retract your statement and then continue with your speech.
Okay, I will retract my statement, Mr. Speaker. May I continue with my speech? Mr. Speaker, the motion speaks clearly in length about utilizing these existing facilities and to host these programs and activities, but completely stays silent on the actual physical limitation our current mental health infrastructure face on the sister islands. Furthermore, the quality that these same existing facilities that my constituents must deal with cannot be utilized for the sake of being cost-effective and space-friendly. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the government had addressed in their motion that they are going to build something to rehabilitate the youth, I would not have to raise this point. Stated previously by an honorable member of the government, he focused on the recreational activities that will be needed for the youth. But guess what? At calisthenics park, in watering place, Mr. Speaker, I know one thing. Cayman Brac is too hot. And to have rehabilitation out in that park, in that sun, is a punishment. Mr. Speaker, as a Braca, and I've been one from birth, I know it is for a fact that the assembly hall at the current Layman East Scott Senior High School is not stable enough for hootering and hollering children, and the floor and ceiling tiles vibrate to the slightest movement. Mr. Speaker, I will not even get started on the Asteroid Center. That building needs a little more than TLC at this point. Just as it is, our current...
the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
No, I do not. May I continue with my speech?
Continue.
Just as it is...
I'm going to ask you to sit down, elected member, please. Sit down. Thank you.
May I continue with my speech? Just as it is, our current facilities face overcrowded with limited beds. Mr. Speaker, what is the point of trying to stretch out and overwhelm our facilities if they cannot even keep up? Mr. Speaker, just recently we sent out a survey to all schools in the Cayman Islands. We found that 20 children has admitted that they suffer from poor mental health. With just the use of common sense alone, 11 beds and only 3 of them for pediatric care is not even enough to hold a quarter of those children. Not even taking into mind and the fact that we have children who are scared to admit that they need to seek help. Mr. Speaker, what I propose instead is let us not try to stretch out our existing facilities to enjoy the fact that we left space. If we are planning to expand our services, I will immensely strain on the fact that this has to be matched with the physical expansion and the creation of all locations around all 3 islands. Because Grand Cayman is not the only place that needs to be developed. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, this motion fails to address the fact that we lack a purpose-built facility in the sister islands. My constituents are sick of tired to be told to keep their volume under human hearing level because Mary, Jim, and John can hear them breaking down about the high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, temporary facilities do not support permanent problems. We are begging for a purpose-built facility with no drywall, little small office space with a supermarket, or a corridor that they share with Cynical or ICIPS. Mr. Speaker, the sister islands do not even have a proper facility, and that is a fact. It is stressful enough having to travel to Cayman to seek simple medical attention. I can't imagine how overwhelming it is for my constituents to be in distress all the way in Sport Bay, and the emergency helicopter taking 30 to 40 minutes to even reach Steak Bay, and then another 10 minutes to load up their medical supplies and drive past my Story Yard. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable, right? This is a total waiting time of 1 hour and 10 minutes at minimum in a state of an emergency. And we Caymanians aren't even capable enough to wait 5 minutes to order food. Mr. Speaker, just buried in this motion alone, it broadly assumes that we need, the people's need is recreational care. We need to hold off on that and address the current crisis that we face to ensure everyone in all constituencies have access to rehabilitation care and therapy.
There is a need for the people in Sister Islands to have a permanent physical space that fosters growth, well-being, and progress. Mr. Speaker, may I ask for an additional 30 seconds so I can wrap up my speech?
You may have an additional
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, before my time comes to an end, I want to make it known to everyone that we are 3 islands, built on the hard-working hands of our forefathers. And if we truly care about the mental health and youth rehabilitation, we must move beyond the words and dreams and address the physical realities and challenges that we face in front of us. A strong motion must stand on solid foundation and not no overcrowded rooms, a hopeful assumption, and that things will work out over time. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I would like to address earlier statements, and respectfully, I ask for 1 more minute to be added onto my time.
We cannot, in the interest of time, we cannot allow that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. The government sitting across from me has stated on multiple occasions that the current problems, mainly relating to counselors in school, are the fault of the previous government, and that this motion is to combat that. While I do agree the motion is honorable, they are the government. It is their job to get up and hire the psychologists and counselors our schools so desperately need. You don't need the opposition's approval to do that, so do something about it. I would also like to reiterate that the motion contains claims of rehabilitation, but nothing in the motion is catered to it. I mean, as stated before, they only gave a youth wing to the HSA after an unfortunate, inappropriate act in 2025. And they still don't have anywhere for rehabilitation for the youth, the same way the adults do at Poinciana. And so, this opposition must ask, how serious is the government about this motion? They suggest public facilities that people use, rather than giving the vulnerable youth their own space.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health, Sustainability and Environment.
Point of elucidation. I do not give way. This government wants to subject them to playing games with everyone else, perhaps even the same people judging them and causing mental health problems. Absurd. The government focuses on the
member for Georgetown South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On point of order, misleading the House, I do recall that when we went to Poinciana, the statistic was 2021, not 2025, unless you have evidence about that.
I do have evidence.
Sergeant.
May I continue my speech in interest of time?
I have to see the evidence first. You may continue.
Thank you. The government focuses on the wrong things and have failed to propose anything that will be majorly helpful to our youth. Mr. Speaker, the government loves drafting motions the way people love New Year's resolutions. Big talk in January, forgotten by February. Yes, they have set forth worthy aims and set to tackle a real problem in today's society, the mental health of our youth. However, just setting out to tackle this issue is not enough, and setting forth worthy aims does not equate to a motion worthy of being passed. The motion promises to be cost-effective and sustainable, but in order to achieve these things, we need a financial framework, which is nowhere to be seen in this motion. There is no budget line, no cost estimate for—
I'm going to ask that in the interest of time that we limit our point of orders and elucidations only when necessary.
No cost estimate for staffing, no projection for training, and no accounting for recurring expenses. Has the government overlooked these things? A hotline staffed by trained mental health professionals is not a one-off purchase. It is a continuous payroll obligation with supervised clinical oversight and liability insurance. Mr. Speaker, does the government just plan to pull funding for this from the sky? Frankly, it seems the government believes that if they say the word cost-effective enough times, the numbers will magically appear. Now, there are also legal and insurance aspects to think of. What happens when a supervised activity results in injury or clinical escalation that requires emergency care? These are not optional extras. They are central to any credible mental health or youth engagement service. To leave these out infers a lack of care for the protection and the well-being of our youth. Mr. Speaker, we simply can't take any risk when it comes to our people. When it comes to mental health professionals in Grand Cayman, we have a good ratio. These professionals, however, are concentrated in the private sector. Why? Better pay and more benefits. If the government is serious about seeing this project through, they will increase incentives for trained professionals to work in the public sector. I mean, how would they be able to facilitate these changes if nobody wants to work for them? If the government truly wants to support our youth, they must start by supporting the professionals that care for them.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister, yes? I recognize you.
Point of elucidation.
I give way.
Does the member not realize that we have explained how we will get people to work for us through bringing back our students who have been practiced in mental health related fields?
Those students who have practiced in mental health related fields have no obligation to come back to the Cayman Islands and work for this government.
I'm gonna ask the Honourable Minister to have a seat so the elected member can continue with her speech.
What we really need for the Cayman Islands are beds for our mental health patients. This has been said before, and I will say it again because obviously this government needs to hear it again. The HSA is not able to keep up with the demand for mental health patients. That is where your funding needs to go. Mr. Speaker, before we endorse nationwide commitments, we must demand transparent costings, realistic staffing plans for the sister islands, and a clear accounting of recurring liabilities. To do otherwise is to promise services that cannot be delivered and to expose vulnerable young people to the disappointment of unmet expectations. Mr. Speaker, I would like to clarify that this opposition supports the goal of better mental health support for our youth.
Elected member.
But support must be conditional on feasibility and fiscal responsibility. We cannot vote to create programs that sound impressive on paper, yet lack the financial and operational detail necessary to protect our children and our public finances. The government has brought us a plan that sounds like it was drafted on the back of a napkin during lunch. And in its current state, the motion is poor and lacks what is necessary to make it work. And we cannot keep patching problems in our mental health system with political duct tape.
Member, your time is up.
Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Attorney General. And members, just to reiterate, in the interest of time, please limit your point of orders and elucidations and only bring them up when absolutely necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll make this quick. I know everyone wants to get to lunch. My stomach is rumbling. All right. Mr. Speaker, regarding the motion before us, I rise to speak uniquely from a legal perspective, because sometimes in this House we debate policy. Sometimes we debate resources, and sometimes we debate politics. But today, Mr. Speaker, we are really debating something much simpler, our legal responsibility. To point to those who ask if it's the government's place to intervene so deeply, I point to the bedrock of our legal system, the principles of tort and statutory duty. You see, Mr. Speaker, in law, when harm is foreseeable and the state has the unique capacity to intervene, a duty of care is no longer a choice. It becomes an effect of law. And the elements here are clear, Mr. Speaker. The harm is being done every day. We see it in the increasing antisocial behavior and in the silent battles that too many of our young people are fighting. But just as clearly, Mr. Speaker, the state does have the capacity to act, and the capacity is evident in the very existence of this debate today. Because, Mr. Speaker, a parliament that can debate a motion is a parliament that has the power to implement one. And where the statute possesses the power to act, a duty of care naturally follows. The risk of inaction is legal foreseeability. our citizens, our children, our legal proximity. And providing a hotline as a lifeline is the very definition of legal reasonableness. Because when someone is in crisis, Mr. Speaker, they are not looking for a policy paper. They are not looking for a committee meeting. They just might be looking for someone to answer the phone. That is what reasonableness looks like in the real world. To ignore the mental health of our youth under these circumstances would be, in metaphorical sense, state malpractice. Because when a government sees the danger coming and still refuses to act, it does not escape responsibility, it inherits it. Failing to invest in the mental health of our youth today is potentially pre-writing their indictments for tomorrow. Over 2 decades, the Yolande Ford report, commissioned by my office, forecasted the very social harm and criminality we now see unfolding in our communities today. So in legal terms, we can no longer claim the ignorance. The evidence has been placed before us in black and white. As the legal advisor to this House, it is my duty to remind members that my advice is more than a suggestion. It is a safeguard against state negligence. And if the duty is not discharged through meaningful intervention, and the government is not simply failing its people, it is exposing itself to future legal liability. Mr. Speaker, this motion doesn't just feel right, it fits right. It aligns seamlessly with our existing legal architecture, from our Constitution to the Mental Health Act and the Children Act, which makes it clear that the welfare of the child is the paramount consideration. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this motion doesn't just ask us to invent new responsibility. It simply asks us to live up to the ones that we already have. Furthermore, by passing this motion, we move the Cayman Islands into lockstep with international standards, including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child. And that matters, because we often say the Cayman Islands is the global leader in finance. But leadership should not stop at our banks. It should extend to our values, our laws, and how we protect the well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General's office is often seen as the office of no, the place where we tell the House what it cannot do. But Mr. Speaker, the law says yes. The law says we have the duty. The law says we have the evidence. And the law says that a child in crisis should not have to wait for a courtroom or a committee or a report to finally be heard by the state. So I suggest this motion not as a politician, but as a guardian of public interest. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, a government's duty of care means very little if no one is there to answer the call for help. Let's fulfill that duty of care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Speaker, let's not beat around the bush. As my colleagues have raised, the motion before this House is incomplete. On an issue as critical as mental health, my Caymanians, my Georgetown Central, deserve more than vague promises and limited action. As my colleagues and I study the government's motion put forward, to be quite honest, we were disappointed with the effort that seems to have been put into this so-called framework. Mr. Speaker, there's only so much you can do for your people sitting behind a desk. It is only when you listen to their needs and their cries for help. As I always say, hard ears won't hear. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if this is government standard, it is not good enough. That is why opposition has drafted a stronger, more comprehensive motion to truly improve mental health services. Mr. Speaker, I ask for your permission to call upon the Sergeant-at-Arms to distribute copies, and I ask for this brief moment not to be deducted from my time to speak.
You may. Clerk, could you pause the time, and Sergeant, could you distribute the document?
This new motion would provide fair and reliable care. It would allow for public education on mental health, not as a taboo topic, but one that redefines what mental health is. Our aim is not to romanticize, but to normalize psychological struggles. Our people deserve a community that does not neglect or disregard mental well-being, but recognize it as something we all face challenges with. Mr. Speaker, we believe that multiple facilities should be established across the islands to ensure equitable access for all residents, not only those living in town. As opposition, we recognize the wide range of mental health challenges within our population. Each facility would offer specialized services, ensuring comprehensive and accessible care for everyone, regardless of their circumstances. This approach would allow...
I'm sorry. Point of order, relevance. We're addressing the motion that's on the floor currently. You guys are bringing up a whole nother motion. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I'm solely giving suggestions on what the government can amend to their motion. Mr. Speaker, my people did not sit here and elect a solution-oriented person to sit here and do nothing.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, point of order, relevance. We are here today to debate our motion, which not only argues mental health, but also the crime aspect of it. So the same way you did ours, this is God. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the member of the opposition retracts your statement about giving us a newer and better improved motion, as this not only disregards the crime aspect of Cayman, but also has nothing to do with what we are talking about today. Thank you.
I'm inclined to agree with the government on this one.
Sorry?
I'm inclined to agree with the government on this one. You brought forward a whole nother motion without going through the proper proceedings and then debating that motion.
Mr. Speaker, I will not retract my statement, first of all, and I did not bring a new motion to Parliament. I drafted amendments to government's motion to improve our mental health services for the people.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. If you have drafted our motion, then where is the crime? Why is there no crime in this motion now? You just stripped that from the motion now?
In the interest of time, I'm going to ask the elected member to continue with her speech.
Additionally, we ask government to consider transportation be made available for individuals who require transfer between facilities. We recognize that access to care does not end at the doors of a single center. For those in need of specialized services, another location, safe and reliable transportation would be provided to ensure continuity of care. This commitment guarantees no individual is denied the support they require due to distance or lack of means, reinforcing our dedication to equitable and accessible mental health services for all. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues and I conducted our research, we began to question the number of mental health services currently in our islands. This led us to reflect more deeply. Is this issue truly one of quantity, or is this a matter of quality? I am not suggesting that our nonprofit organizations fail to make an impact on our community, because they certainly do. Their contributions are both meaningful and commendable. However, we must ask ourselves whether these organizations would work together effectively for the greater good. Therefore, we propose amending government's motion that all government-funded nonprofit organizations unite to form one cohesive collaboration, working in partnership to better serve the public's interest. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. The motion before the House addresses the symptoms but does not confront the root cause of the problem. Mental health is not a minor concern. It affects families, schools, workplaces, and communities across the islands. My amendments to this motion is about accountability, compassion, and action. And to conclude, from the wise words of my grandmother, it is not what you do, but how you do it. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that a certain member of the opposition decided to laugh during the Deputy Governor's speech. However, may I remind you, every single person in this chamber, in the gallery, that there is nothing about mental health that is a laughing matter. Now, Mr. Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, as the echoes of this passionate debate fade, one truth stands unshakable. Our youth are crying out for help. We've heard compelling arguments from all sides, but now, as Minister of Youth, Sports and Heritage, it's time to unite behind action, not more talk. Now, I'm sure we have all heard the Caymanian saying that if you're sick, salt water fixes everything. But the reality is, salt water can't fix the dangerous thoughts going on in a young child's mind. Mr. Speaker, now just picture a child in West Bay, isolated after school, adrift like a small boat in swelling seas. Dr. Erica Lam lays it bare. A quarter of young people aged 9 to 13 in a National Drug Council survey had considered suicide, and 1 in 4 had self-harmed. Now, echoed by the Cayman Islands Student Drug Use Survey, where 529 out of 3,339 kids reported suicidal thoughts, and 247 had attempted it. These aren't statistics. They're our brothers, our sisters, our neighbors, and our futures. And what are they doing? Flickering like candles in a gathering storm. Mr. Speaker, today we close not with words, but with a resolution. A comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands. Now let me take you, Mr. Speaker, not just into the numbers, but into the why that makes this motion impossible to ignore. Suicide is now the 4th leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds worldwide. And here in the Cayman Islands, 1 in 6 adolescents have seriously considered attempting suicide. That means that in a classroom of 24 students, 4 have sat with thoughts of ending their own lives. Now, Dr. Mark Lockhart, chairman of the Cayman Islands Mental Health Commission, has warned that between 2019 and 2021, there was a 21% increase in the number of people accessing mental health services, with youth under 18 being the group most affected. Our young people are not just going through a phase. They're lining up at the doors of our clinics and our counselors, asking for help in numbers we have never seen before. Now, Mr. Speaker, having seen...
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. We spoke to counseling services themselves, and they told us that they don't get youth. The majority of their patients are adults. So when he's talking about lining up at counseling services, it's incorrect, and I ask that he retracts his statement.
Mr. Speaker, I will not retract my statement because in school counselors, I know many people from my school especially who go to that counselor on a daily basis. And I'm not afraid to say that me, myself, I've been one of those people many, many times before. May I please continue my speech?
You may.
First, okay. Mr. Speaker, having seen why this crisis demands our attention, we now turn to how this framework will start to turn the tides. Our approach is straightforward and realistic. We start small, we evaluate it, and we expand. First, Mr. Speaker, we act where the risk is highest, those after school hours and long weekends, when many people, young people, are left to drift. Our motion calls for government to use existing facilities in Grand Cayman, school halls, community centers, sports fields, churches, and cultural spaces as safe, supervised hubs. These hubs would offer regular, structured activities, mentorship, counseling, and skill building. Now in practice, Mr. Speaker, that means
I recognize the elected member for Cayman Brock East.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
In the interest of time, I do not give way, Mr. Speaker. Let me restart. In practice, Mr. Speaker, that means a young person in West Bay finishing school are headed not to an empty house or the streets, but to a nearby center where they can join football training, netball, music, dance, or homework support with trusted adults present. It means a teenager in Bodden Town who is struggling with antisocial behavior. You're just going to keep speaking.
I recognize the elected member for Cayman Islands.
Point of elucidation.
Time keep cutting down, Mr. Speaker. I still going to say no.
You may continue.
It means a teenager in Town who is struggling with antisocial behavior has a safe space where they can talk to a counselor, take part in a creative workshop, or be paired with a mentor who checks in on them week after week. It means using sports and culture, two of our strongest Caribbean tools, to keep minds engaged and hearts connected. Now, second, Mr. Speaker, we create a mental health lifeline by establishing a community mental health crisis hotline for young people and families, staffed by trained professionals. It gives immediate emotional support, guidance, and referrals when someone doesn't know where else to turn. A teenager at breaking point late at night, or a parent scared by their child's talk of self-harm would know that there is one trusted number to call. The hotline becomes the front door, Mr. Speaker, connecting callers to the right services.
I recognize the honorable leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Deputy Premier, do you give way?
Yes, I give way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the honorable member is telling me that when my child is thinking of committing suicide, I should call a number instead of finding a facility that houses them? Oh, wait, there isn't one.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to go on and say that I know multiple people would rather call someone they will never see a day in their life because they are afraid of that confrontation. They would rather call someone first and then get the leading steps to take them somewhere that will help them in person. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, connecting callers to the right services, school counselors, social workers, psychologists, youth programs, or emergency care when necessary. As I've just stated, it turns a confused, frightening maze into a map. It ensures that those cries for help are not lost between agencies or left sitting in an inbox.
20 seconds remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I ask from now that I please have at least 30 seconds of extra time as this...
We can't accommodate that.
I was interrupted so many times, Mr. Speaker, on top of that.
I'll give you 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank my colleague, the elected member of Georgetown South, for bringing forward such a strong and structured motion that not only affects my ministry in a positive light, but also for creating Cayman's future leaders, entrepreneurs, doctors, and many more endless opportunities that could, matter of fact, will come from this program. So now, Mr. Speaker, how do we respond to a generation under pressure? We turn empty time into safe time, scattered services into a clear pathway.
Deputy Premier, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I will ask the mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition has given us noise in their motion. We, however, have given this chamber answers. Answers of a hotline to fix the issue of always being there for the youth. Answers of supervised hubs for safe recreational opportunities, structured mentorship, and early intervention support services. The honourable member for Red Bay has stated that the foundation on which our motion stands upon is weak. They ask why we are comparing Cayman to a global average. However, may I say, although yes, of course the world is bigger, the mere fact that the percentage is so high for such a small place is way too concerning. We look at Jamaica with a depression rate of around 16% and a population of 2.84 million. And then Cayman with a population approaching 100,000 and a 4.6% depression rate. Mr. Speaker, I am sorry, but that is too close. And oh boy, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of elucidation.
You give way.
Mr. Speaker, I do not give way. I'd like to finish my speech, please.
Continue.
Thank you. And oh boy, Mr. Speaker, don't even get me started on the leader of the opposition. They asked the question, what are opportunities? As they state, there are already multiple recreational opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I fear that if this was an exam, we'll be scheduling a resit. immediately. However, Mr. Speaker, based on the fact that I, and I'm sure so many more, come home every time with some sort of injury from these recreational opportunities, we are placing extreme stress on the word SAFE, S-A-F-E. They also state that we don't need more of these services because we already have them. Where, Mr. Speaker, where's the evidence of this? Then, Mr. Speaker, the deputy leader was so...
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I'm going to ask you to take a seat, please, in the interest of time.
Thank you dearly, Mr. Speaker. The deputy leader was so enthusiastic about their speech. However, the accuracy remains absent. Just regurgitating the incorrect information stated by their leader. Similar services? Mr. Speaker, I'm sure they know that helpline does not equal hotline. We learned that in basic math. And therefore, that word similar cannot be applied here. Sure, the general operation of both helplines and hotlines in the sense of calling are similar, but do helplines have trained professionals or volunteers? Do helplines operate 24/7 or 9 to 5?
I'm going to ask the two members that are standing to sit down, please, so the member can continue.
Thank you. Do helplines provide solutions or more problems? Oh my word, Mr. Speaker. Then they say we should be looking at prevention.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. The honorable member keeps talking about how these helplines won't provide solutions, but they're the ones who implement them.
Oh my goodness. Mr. Speaker, I am so sorry. That is not true. Alex Ponton Foundation was not implemented by the government. That is a private service, not a government service. So therefore, we did not implement it. That is a helpline, right? Alex Ponton is a helpline, and that is a private service, not a government service. So therefore, we did not implement it. Am I correct?
Mr. Speaker, may I answer? May I reply?
No. What is your point?
My point is that he's still misleading the House because he's just naming one, and as he stated before, there are many more helplines in Cayman Islands that are government funded.
Mr. Speaker, may I then ask the Leader of the Opposition to give me about 5?
In the interest of time, we're gonna.
As a matter of fact, no, it's fine. I don't need it.
And continue your speech, please. I like to remember.
No, because in the interest of time, yeah, I don't need it. It's fine. Let's move on, guys. Then, Mr. Speaker, they state that we should be looking at prevention and not wait until after the issue has already happened. I am so sure that I stated within my speech the fact that we should invest in a hotline that stops many of the crises from happening in the first place and not focusing on after the fact.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, point of elucidation.
I'd like to remember, do you give way?
After having a think about it, no. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Georgetown East asked where we'll get the funds from. Oh, don't worry yourself, Bobo. We're getting the funds from where we always get them from. Stamp duties, licensing fees, all that fall under the sun.
Point of elucidation.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry, but when will the opposition learn? The answer will always be no.
I'm going to ask the elected member for Georgetown East to sit down, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And oh, Mr. Speaker, I am so sorry, but that reform to our motion that we are debating, may I say today, this motion today, no sir, the opposition is partaking in something that we are not participating in. When did we say that mental health was not a major concern? Mr. Speaker, I would love to know. Because I remember the opposition stating that mental health is not a minor concern. When did we say that it was not a major concern?
Sorry, I'd like to remember when you're speaking, address me. And
oh, apologies. Mr. Speaker, when did the opposition state that?
Continue.
I would love to know.
Point of order, misleading the House.
I did not recognize you.
Sorry.
And have a seat, please. Continue your speech, elected member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just also want to say the Minister for Plahi, Social Development and Innovation has discussed in Cabinet the building of a facility for Grand Cayman at a later date. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Cayman Bra for providing an insight on the conditions and facilities that are already known. And with that, I would like to end my rebuttal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers implementing a community mental health crisis hotline, which will be established as an essential emergency support service staffed by trained mental health professionals to provide immediate emotional support, guidance, and referrals for young people and families in distress. And be it further resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers implementing a nationwide youth engagement and support program that utilizes existing facilities to deliver supervised activities, mentorship, counseling, and skill-building opportunities during after-school hours and weekends. Therefore, ensuring a sustainable, cost-effective, and inclusive approach to youth support across the Cayman Islands. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
Aye. No.
The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 1 of 2026, a comprehensive framework for mental health support and youth rehabilitation in the Cayman Islands, is duly passed. The House will suspend its proceedings for lunch. I will ask all members to return to the chamber promptly at 2 p.m. Proceedings are resumed. Please be seated.
Private Members' Motion number 2 of 2026. Establishment of a National Job Criteria Joint Committee. To be moved by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the elected member for Bordentown West.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move private member motion number 2 of 2026, the establishment of a National Job Criteria Joint Committee.
Which reads,
apologies, which reads as follows. Whereas many Caymanians face barriers to employment due to subjective and inconsistent definitions of what constitutes as a qualified candidate, particularly within the private sector. And whereas the absence of standardized job criteria increases the risk of bias and diminishes the public confidence in national workforce and labor policies. And whereas there is currently no formal framework through which the government and the private sector may collaboratively create a list of jobs and descriptions defining industry-specific competencies, qualifications, and professional standards. Be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers establishing a National Job Criteria Joint Committee, which would be tasked with establishing a national job criteria list, which include a list of job criteria and job descriptions that would ensure transparency and equal qualification standards across both public and private sectors. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers the committee to be comprised of the following members. One representative from each of the following: Workforce Opportunities and Residency Cayman, Portfolio of the Civil Services, Cayman Islands Society for Human Resources Professionals, Chamber of Commerce, Cayman Island Legal Practitioners Association, Cayman Islands Tourism Association, Labor and Pensions, and Cayman Finance. One layperson appointed by the government and one by the official opposition. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers that the committee shall be formally established within 3 months of the passage of this motion, establish the initial job criteria list, and submit its recommendations to Cabinet within 12 months of its establishment. Be mandated to update biannually a national list of job descriptions, skill levels, and industry-recognized standards, and report to the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers that the National Job Criteria List be formally adapted by work as the primary regulatory benchmark for determining whether a Caymanian applicant is suitably qualified for a position. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers that the Director of Work be mandated to refuse the grant or renewal of any work permit where a Caymanian applicant meets the established national job criteria for that role, unless the employer can provide documented exceptional evidence for refusal that exceeds the standardized requirements. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers that the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration and the Department of Labor and Pensions ensure the National Job Criteria List is mandated as a public digital document on the Jobs Cayman portal, providing total transparency for job seekers, students, and employers regarding the minimum competencies required for every role in the Cayman Islands economy.
Private Members' Motion number 2 of 2026 has been duly moved. Is there a seconder to the motion? I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the private member's motion number 2 of 2026.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, do you recall PE when the coach selects 2 people as team captains and says, make 2 teams? I'm sure you can recall, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the people can recall, and I'm most certainly the government can recall the overwhelming fear of being chosen last. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that no one wants to be chosen last, it is up to the captain's discretion of who is most qualified for the position on their team. The opposition does not aim to restrict the choices of the captain. Neither are we saying you must choose every player, but we must hold those in power accountable to ensure that there aren't any biases about who is qualified. Qualification must be defined based on their ability to perform the task at hand, not by the biased claims or personal preferences. And, Mr. Speaker, may I ask, isn't that how you got your position? May I even say, isn't that how the government got into their positions? Because they were qualified, they got the opportunity to be chosen by the people. That privilege of being qualified is not one only the government and those in power should obtain, but the people, my people of Buttontown West, must have that opportunity too. This motion focuses on one fundamental principle: fairness, transparency, and opportunity for Caymanians. Too often we hear the phrase, there were no suitably qualified Caymanians. The reality is this: there is no standardized, nationally agreed definition of what constitutes as a qualified candidate for many roles across the industries. And as a result, employers apply subjective criteria. Caymanian applicants are rejected without clear reasoning. Work permits are granted where transparency is questionable, and the public trust in the labor system is weakened. Mr. Speaker, without this policy, it means that our very government sitting across from us could be truly unqualified for their position as leaders of this island. Now, Mr. Speaker, with unclear standards, fairness becomes difficult to measure. And when fairness cannot be measured, confidence declines. This is not an attack on employers. This is not an attack on expatriate workers. This motion is recognition of a structural gap that the government is ready to turn a blind eye to. Their ignorance leaves room for inconsistency. And in this inconsistency, it creates inequality for all the residents of the 345. Mr. Speaker, this motion proposes a practical and balanced solution: the creation of a National Job Criteria Joint Committee. Now, we may ask, why a joint committee? Because the workforce policy must be collaborative. Government alone shall not dictate industry standards. Neither should the private sector define them. This committee would include Workforce Opportunity and Residency Cayman, Portfolio of the Civil Services, Cayman Islands Society for Human Resources Professionals, Chamber of Commerce, Cayman Finance, tourism representatives, legal professionals, labor and pensions, and an appointed layperson to ensure public voice. This structure ensures balance, not control. The committee would then establish a national job criteria list within 12 months, update it every 2 years, and maintain it as a public digital document on the Jobs Cayman portal. This transparency achieves 3 major outcomes. First, Mr. Speaker, it empowers Caymanian job seekers. Students will know what qualifications are required, what certifications they must pursue, and what experience is expected. Instead of guessing, they can prepare strategically. This motion also protects employers, as employers will gain clear benchmarks for requirements. It reduces vague standards and grants protection against claims of unfairness. Third, it strengthens regulation. Work would adopt the list as a primary benchmark, and work permits would not be granted where a Caymanian meets the established criteria unless exceptional document evidence is provided. This does not eliminate work permits. It ensures they are granted transparently. This motion is not about control. It is about dignity. It's about national development. It is about ensuring Caymanians are not spectators in their own economy. Mr. Speaker, would you believe in Cayman First when you're currently standing at the back of the line for opportunities you fought to implement? That doubt is exactly what my constituency feels. Without this motion, the principle of Cayman First becomes difficult to enforce consistently. And because our Caymanians come first, the opposition stands tall on this motion, not to play politics, but to ensure the public has documented proof we fought for their future, while the government sat there looking for someone to blame. Mr. Speaker, this is not a radical proposal. It is reasonable and structured. It does not harm business. It does not overreach. It does not disrupt the economy. It ensures that when we say a Caymanian is not qualified, that statement is backed by nationally agreed standards, not interpretation. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I formally move this motion and commend it to the House. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we see in 1950s Cuba political and civil unrest as foreigners came in taking higher paying jobs while locals were left with only lower class jobs to fight for. In the United States and the UK, there have been protests, Mr. Speaker, and the same civil unrest based on the same philosophy. Expatriates move into their home where they should be priority and leaving them to fight for leftover positions. Cayman is slowly headed for the same predicament, and if this government fails to change anything, it will affect my people for the worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, I must preface that this opposition is not anti-immigrant. We are simply pro-Caymanian. And in building a Cayman for Caymanians, we must be able to unapologetically prioritize certain things and face hard truths. Mr. Speaker, we have heard cries from our constituents, and this opposition has taken it upon ourselves to prepare a solution. Applying for a job in Cayman today feels like trying to solve a puzzle where the pieces keep changing shape. Caymanians are told to meet the standard. But, Mr. Speaker, how can they meet a standard that shifts depending on who's applying? Today, a Caymanian applying for a job is not working towards a certain requirement, but is being confused by ever-changing ones. While certain employers may require a certificate, another may ask for a bachelor's to apply for the same job with roughly the same pay. Worst case scenario, an employer changes requirements between postings, moving the goalposts and tailoring a job description on a whim to fit a candidate they already had in mind. As a matter of fact, employers are moving the goalposts so often, it's a wonder Caymanians aren't dizzy. Now, Mr. Speaker, despite what some people may try to argue, these consistent inconsistencies are not harmless. It creates a system where the term qualified becomes flexible and can be shaped by preference, convenience, or bias, rather than the objective need of the job vacancy. And if the government truly believes the system is fair, they must be looking at a different job market than the one my people live in. Mr. Speaker, these inconsistencies continue to harm Caymanians. It reinforces a negative stereotype that is consistently fed to others about my constituents. When our people are turned down from positions under the guise of being unqualified, it tells the public that this is a normal thing. It tells our community and our Cayman that our people are second class and will never meet the standard. I mean, never mind that there is no set standard for them to meet in the first place. And never mind that these job requirements are tailored to employers' favorites. Caymanians will always be underqualified to them. And unless the government plans to do something about this, our young people will doubt their potential, and jobs will do so too. When Caymanians believe the job market of their own country is tailored against them, it grows frustration and resentment in the hearts of our people. We don't want confidence in our institutions to weaken. We don't want that frustration to fester until it manifests into something ugly. Families feel the strain when their qualified relatives with degrees are unable to secure a stable job. Young people will begin to question if their efforts are enough. And if the government truly cares about mental health problems, they will understand the gravity of this motion. If we do nothing, our society will become more divided, as Caymanians are pushed out of their home country in search of stable work. And Mr. Speaker, I simply cannot have that for my people. Now, Mr. Speaker, the heart of our problem is clear. A labor market where the definition of qualified changes from person to person. I would like to stress that we understand Cayman will always need immigrant workers due to our small population. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't prioritize our locals, Mr. Speaker. Cayman will always welcome the world, but not at the expense of its own people. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Premier. Once again, members, in the respect of time, only get up for point of orders and point of elucidations when absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise not only as a leader of the government, but as Premier of these beloved Cayman Islands and Minister for Financial Services and Commerce to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The concern behind this motion is real. Caymanians face barriers in the job market. Our people deserve fairness. Our people deserve transparency. Our people deserve opportunity. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, we agree. But good intentions do not automatically produce good policy. The opposition has clearly spent time in the kitchen crafting this motion, and I commend the effort. But let me be even clearer. They should stick to being MPs rather than trying to pursue a career in the culinary arts. What they presented to this honorable house is uncooked and missing a few seasoned peppers, if you ask me. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it looks appealing on the menu, but once you taste it, it does not nourish. You cannot fix a complex labor and immigration system with a one-size-fits-all checklist. You cannot mandate economic balance with paperwork alone. Mr. Speaker, we are not a large continental economy that can afford policy experiments. We are a small, specialized, globally connected financial center that requires precision. The opposition may have the outline of a recipe, but they're using the wrong ingredients for Cayman. If work permits are denied based on rigid national criteria without room for professional judgment, we do not strengthen Cayman, we slow it down. And in a competitive global economy, when you slow business too much, it moves. Investor confidence depends on predictability and flexibility. If employers feel every decision will be second-guessed by inflexible nationalists, they will quietly explore other jurisdictions, and capital travels faster than any committee. If the opposition believes an economy can be run through rigid lists and administrative scripts, then they're not cooking policy, Mr. Speaker. They're reheating ideology in the microwave, and they're calling it dinner. Cayman's success did not happen by accident. It happened because we struck a balance. Openness to global talent while protecting Caymanian opportunity. That balance is delicate. Overcorrection can be just as dangerous as inaction. In financial services, we compete daily with countries such as Bermuda, the British Virgin Islands, Singapore, and Ireland. But firms choose Cayman because we are efficient, we are stable, and we are practical, protective without being prohibitive. That balance is our signature dish. And many specialized roles require internationally recognized designations such as CPA, ACCA, CFA, and actuarial qualifications, all tied to global regulatory standards. These cannot always be neatly boxed into a rigid national template. If we become too prescriptive, we create bottlenecks in the very sectors that fund our schools, pave our roads, and support our families. Now here's the truth from my Caymanians. The solution is not in sweeping centralization. It is in investment in our people, education alignment, industry-linked scholarships, apprenticeships, internships, and clear pathways for Caymanian graduates.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Honourable Parent, do you give way?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member mentions internships, but when we spoke to HR professionals, they said these internships are just a checklist companies use to tick off, and majority of them aren't actually teaching the youth what to do in the actual working world. So when they think they have 2 years of experience, they actually don't. So these programs aren't efficient.
Sorry, Honourable Leader, I don't hear a question in that.
I would ask that she provides proof in where, pardon? Oh, yes. Honorable member, I'm wondering what evidence you have for this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused. You want evidence that we have internships that work? Oh, okay.
Honourable Premier, you can continue.
Mr. Speaker, leadership is not about serving what sounds appealing in the moment. It is about protecting stability in the long term. While I respect the passion behind this motion, passion alone does not build prosperity. A good appetite does not make you a good chef. And for those reasons, respectfully, this motion is not the meal that will nourish Cayman's future. As Premier and Minister for Financial Services and Commerce, I cannot endorse a motion that looks appetizing on paper, but leaves our economy undercooked and ultimately indigestible. Cayman deserves a carefully prepared future, not a rushed experiment. And to my colleagues opposite, if you cannot stand the heat of responsible governance, then step out the kitchen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Minister for Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know how the saying goes. Rome wasn't built in a day, but it seems as if the opposition's motion was. They have brought forward a motion that sounds good, feels good, and solves absolutely nothing. Caymanians deserve better than feel-good, look-good politics. They deserve facts, they deserve clarity, and reasonable solutions. So, Mr. Speaker, let me be blunt. This motion is unnecessary, unhelpful, and uninformed. The motion calls for the establishment of a National Job Criteria Joint Committee to define standardized job descriptions and qualifications which are to be posted publicly. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, as a member of Parliament responsible for work, we already regulate job descriptions and work permits. The information the opposition claims to be searching for is already available, not hidden, not missing, nor imaginary.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of order, misleading the House. It's stated in the motion as per the honourable member's own words, that this job criteria list is meant to be made public. And the criteria list that she's referring to that we already have is private.
Mr. Speaker, though the criteria list that we have right now is private, they are currently searching for this information that we already have. We have the information that the opposition is looking for. No need to create a whole committee to do the same job. Thank you.
Continue, please.
Work already requires employers to submit detailed job descriptions, qualifications, and justification for hiring non-Caymanians. These descriptions include job title and duties, required qualifications, salary and all benefits, work hours and job type, location, and finally, any special conditions. Mr. Speaker, this is not guesswork. This is regulation. These are not suggestions, they are enforced standards. The motion suggests that Caymanians are being unfairly excluded through vague qualifications. But existing labor laws already impose a fairness standard. Employers must demonstrate that no suitably qualified Caymanian is available. When a Caymanian is not selected for a job, the employer is required to provide structured feedback on why. And if proceeding with a work permit, they must submit all mandatory supporting documentation. Work further enforces a fairness standard by denying work permits whenever a Caymanian meets the stated job criteria, unless exceptional evidence is provided consistent with the immigration. So, Mr. Speaker, let's call this motion what it really is, a solution looking for a problem. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, what exactly will this new committee do that work isn't already doing? If the goal is to define job criteria, work does that. And if the goal is to access qualifications, work does that. And if the goal is to protect our Caymanians' access to jobs, work does that. In other words, Mr. Speaker, work is working. Creating a new committee to replicate these functions is not reform, it's duplication. And duplication breeds confusion, further delays, and ultimately a waste of time and money. Caymanians don't need more hoops to jump through. They need the hoops we have to already be working properly.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of order, misleading the House. The motion does not call for the duplication of information already available through work. It calls for that information to be made publicly available. I ask that this honourable member retracts her statement.
Mr. Speaker, I will not retract my statement. As the honourable member has said himself, it calls for the information that work has. If work already has this information, why do we have to call on a whole new committee to do the same exact thing with the same information that work already has?
I recognize the honourable leader for the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, yes, sorry. Misleading the House. We aren't asking for the same information. Actually, work doesn't work with the private sector, and that is what we do. We want an implementation where the job criteria is with the public sector, not just by government alone, and that's the difference. It's not the same thing.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat myself again. Work has the information from all of the work permits that have been submitted from employers, which include, if I go back through my speech, job title and duties, required qualifications, salary and all benefits, work hours and job type, location, and any special conditions.
You may continue with your speech. Minister, you may continue.
Creating a new committee to replicate these functions is not... Oh, where is it? Mr. Speaker, this motion requires a multi-member body, cabinet submissions, and new mandates for work. But each layer adds time, each step adds paperwork, and each mandate has its own complexities. And in the end, what do we have? We risk slower processing of work permits, slower hiring decisions, more money wasted, and more frustrated employers and employees. Is this what we want? If enforcement is a concern, then let us enforce. And if transparency is a concern, then let us strengthen transparency. While I do appreciate the opposition's professed concern,
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of order, misleading the House. The member has said multiple times that what work is doing is what we want, and that work is working. But I have an article here that details the shortcomings of work and why exactly it's not working.
Sorry, that doesn't mean, that's not misleading the House. That's something completely different. So I want to ask the Minister to continue.
Now, while I appreciate the opposition's professed concern for Caymanians, it's clear to see this government is doing the heavy lifting. The government knows what to do, and we have been delivering results, not committees, not bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, results. On the 23rd of February,
30 seconds remaining, Minister. 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask for 30 more seconds after?
Yes.
On the 23rd of February 2026, the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration launched Hello to Hired, a direct opportunity for Caymanian employment. Caymanian job seekers met employers face-to-face at the Signal House, where interviews were conducted on spot and meaningful networking took place. It was straightforward, it was effective, and free of the unnecessary layers that the opposition insists on. No National Job Criteria Joint Committee required. As Honorable Michael Miles, Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, put it, Hello to Hired is about creating real opportunities for Caymanians, and that is exactly what this government is doing. We do not need a new committee to do what the law already demands. Let us not confuse structure with progress. True progress means empowering my team, work, to do its job better, not creating parallel structures that dilute its authority. Let us invest in systems we have and enforcement.
Minister, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest responsibilities of any government is to ensure that opportunity is fair and accessible to all its people. Yet today there is no formal structure throughout which government and private sector can jointly define job roles, qualifications, and standards across industries. Mr. Speaker, when job expectations are unclear, it is not only that businesses that suffer. It is students who study without clear direction, job seekers who face shifting standards, and industries that struggle to find individuals suited for the job at hand. It is parents that have to feed one extra mouth because after all that education, their child can't get a job. Mr. Speaker, yes, we recognize both private and public sectors establish job criteria. However, the issue before us is not whether criteria exists, but whether criteria are consistent across the board. How can we truly ensure opportunity is fair for all Caymanians if job requirements differ widely, remain internal, and are not publicly accessible? Mr. Speaker, many of these criteria in both public and private sectors are internal documents. Mr. Speaker, Caymanians are practical people. We know that when the target keeps moving, even the best shooter cannot hit it. Mr. Speaker, not long ago, a constituent of mine, a young Caymanian woman, came to my office. Like many Caymanians, she left home to pursue higher education. She worked hard to obtain her qualifications and eager to return to contribute to her country. She found herself asking a simple question. What exactly do employers expect of me? How can our people make informed decisions about their futures if they do not clearly understand what benchmarks they are expected to meet? How can they prepare themselves if the target is undefined? Furthermore, how do we challenge injustice when it hides behind the shield of subjectivity? Without clear, published standards, decisions may appear inconsistent and concerns about fairness become harder to address. The motion before this House calls for greater transparency. It is not an attack on employers. Rather, it's a call for clarity. A public accessible framework of job criteria would provide guidance for students, reassurance for families, and confidence for Caymanians that opportunities within their own home are structured and fair. Mr. Speaker, in every single member's campaign, we have promised the people of the Cayman Islands that Caymanians will never be an afterthought in their own home. This is why the creation of the job national criteria is both timely and necessary. Such a system would bring three major benefits. First, fairness and transparency in hiring, ensuring recruitment is based on merit rather than subjective interpretation. Second, stronger workforce mobility, allowing skills and qualifications to be recognized consistently across sectors. Third, better alignment between education and labor market needs, giving our students a clear pathway to meaningful employment. Mr. Speaker, this motion is not about adding bureaucracy. It is about creating coordination and transparency. It is not about controlling the industry, but about building partnerships. Mr. Speaker, I know that opposition is serious about preparing the next generation to work in their own country, but I really question if the government does as well. Mr. Speaker, a vote against this motion is a vote against fair opportunity for Caymanians. We must ensure our systems reflect clarity and our national purpose. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and I urge all members of this honorable House to support it as well. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion is framed around fairness and opportunity, principles my civil service rightly values. But responsible decision-making requires us to weigh intention against impact and ambition against capacity. The proposal before us seeks to establish a new national committee, mandate the creation of binding job criteria framework, and require regular updates across an entire economy. These are not minor administrative adjustments, Mr. Speaker. They carry financial costs, ongoing operational demands, and long-term resource commitments that must be examined honestly within the civil service. Employment systems in both the public and private sectors already rely on established human resources frameworks, professional standards, and regulatory oversight. Introducing an additional layer, particularly one that must be established within 3 months, delivered nationally within 12, and updated once every 2 years, raises serious questions about feasibility and effectiveness. Every committee requires staffing, funding, coordination, and enforcement. Every deadline requires the capacity to meet it. And every dollar an hour committed here is not one invested in training, upskilling, or targeted workforce initiatives that may deliver more immediate benefit to Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, let us speak frankly about implementation. The motion requires representation from workforce opportunities and residency Cayman, work, and further mandates that work adopt this national job criteria list as its primary regulatory benchmark. Mr. Speaker, as of late 2023, with only around 130 staff, work managed over 37,000 active work permits. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just a number. This is tens of thousands of applications, renewals, and compliance decisions. It is already stretched. Now this motion asks us not only to sit on a new committee, but to enforce a rigid national criteria list across every industry in our economy. That is not reform. That is overburdening an already pressured system. And when we overburden systems, we do not get fairness.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. It's not overbearing if your colleague just said that work already has all of the information. All we're doing is making it public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, putting an additional layer on top of what work already has, forming a new committee, that is going to be overbearing. You're asking for more when it is already there. May I continue?
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, misleading the House. I don't understand why the Honourable Minister thinks that this is making work take longer to perform the operations, as this national job criteria list would simply replace the one that they have internally already. The only reason that work would have to do extra work is because someone, like a Caymanian applicant, was available that was qualified, but the employer still wanted to hire a work permit holder, and in that case, they would have to supply reasonable evidence as to why that work permit holder should get the work permit.
Honourable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that it's going to take longer because, as they said, if a Caymanian doesn't meet the listed criteria, the Director of Work would be mandated to refuse work permits unless this employer provides exceptional documented evidence. In practice, this will cause hesitation among employers, and this can cause resistance in employing, which can also detriment the hiring.
You may continue.
That may sound protective, Mr. Speaker, but in practice, it creates risk and hesitation. It slows hiring decisions. It forces employers into additional layers of justification and potential dispute. On paper, a candidate may tick every box: degree, certification, years of experience. But in person, work ethic, adaptability, cultural fit, client relations, leadership presence. These are not always captured in a standardized national list. We may think we are closing gaps, but we could instead create new ones, encouraging employers to design roles around criteria rather than around genuine business needs. Mr. Speaker, transparency is important, but standardization must not come at the expense of flexibility. If we truly want to empower Caymanians, we should focus on strengthening skill pipelines, apprenticeships, mentorship programs, and industry partnerships, not constructing another regulatory layer that slows the very system it intends to improve. Responsible leadership of the civil service means not only asking, does this sound good, but will this work? And on the grounds of cost, feasibility, administrative burden, employer impact, and regulatory rigidity, the civil service cannot consider nor support the motion as presented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Member, the elected member for West Bay North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Caymanians believe in progress, not empty promises, but proven action that improves lives. Today, we have the opportunity to take a stance that strengthens fairness, transparency, and trust in our workforce. This resolution is critical because even the toughest policy can fall flat if the right voices are not at the table. And if that happens, we only fooling ourselves. The committee proposed here is intentionally extensive and balanced. It brings together representatives from work, the portfolio of the civil service, human resource professionals, the Chamber of Commerce, legal practitioners, tourism, labour and pensions, and the financial services sector. This is not extra, it's mandatory. Each of these bodies engage with employment from a distinct but important perspective. Work understands labour market realities and ensures that Caymanians are given fair access to careers and opportunities. The civil service brings public sector standards, accountability, and consistency in how employment policies are implemented. Human resource professionals provide expertise in fair recruitment, a clear job criteria, and best employment practices. Legal practitioners ensure compliance with the law and protect fairness for both employers and employees. Tourism and financial services represent two of our largest private sector employers and provide crucial guidance on how this committee operates and how its decisions affect the wider community. Tourism supports frontline employment, workforce training, and clear pathways that directly impact Caymanian households, while the financial services sector promotes professionalism, compliance, and long-term economic stability for the wider community. In addition, Labour and pensions defend employee rights and safeguards that protect employees and their families. Together, their contributions help to ensure that the job criteria is practical, balanced, and designed to support both economic development and significant opportunities for Caymanians. As a young Caymanian, I understand the frustration of applying for positions that you are qualified for and still not getting the opportunity. Many of us work hard, pursue internships, gain experience, and do everything you're told to prepare us for the workforce. Yet we still ask ourselves, what is the purpose of all these training opportunities if they don't lead to real pathways into employment? Our young people deserve better. We deserve better. Mr. Speaker, according to a news article, which I have right here from Cayman Compass, recent discussions at the University College of the Cayman Islands help to explain the approach that is being taken, one that supports economic growth while protecting Caymanian opportunities. Research shared during those discussions exhibits that imported labour can support economic growth and keep businesses operating, but only when clear rules are established to protect local workers. The approach recognises that Cayman needs employees to sustain the economy, while Caymanians must have fair access to jobs, training, and opportunities. It focuses on clear job criteria, transparency, and broad participation, so economic growth is supported without Caymanians being pushed aside. To further preserve the integrity of this process, we suggest that this committee be chaired by an independent human resource professional, specifically someone who is retired and therefore moved from current institutional influence. This will ensure leadership is neutral, experienced, and not prone to bias or pressure from any side. By including all of these stakeholders, this committee avoids being government-heavy or private sector biased. Instead, it becomes practical, balanced, and thoughtful of the Caymanian economy as we are living it right now, not how it looks on a spreadsheet. The structure is also established on public confidence. When Caymanians see that a job criteria is formed by more than one voice and not just determined behind closed doors, confidence in the system will emerge, transparency will improve, bias will cut down, and everybody will know where the goalposts will set. This resolution ensures that the national job criteria list is not only enforced in the workforce, but developed with it.
30 seconds remaining, member.
Fair, clear, and straight. The choice that we all make today will shape the opportunities of tomorrow. I am the father of this Honourable Youth Parliament, as I have served 3 terms, and I would like to encourage all of us in this Honourable House of Parliament to make the right decision for the youth and all Caymanians. May God continue to bless our beloved Cayman Islands always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, as Attorney General, I rise to address this motion proposing the establishment of a National Job Criteria Joint Committee. The shared objective across this chamber is the advancement and economic empowerment of our Caymanian people. The question, however, remains whether this mechanism we propose are necessary, lawful, and practical in the light of the framework that already exists. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the hardest door to open in this country is not made of wood or glass. It is the door marked qualified. For some, it opens smoothly. For others, it feels heavy, uncertain, almost shifting beneath their hands. We must acknowledge that frustration and the confusion that can arise when the job criteria appear inconsistent. But we must also acknowledge something equally important. Not every problem requires a new structure to solve it. Not every uncertainty requires a new committee to clarify it. In Cayman, if we solve every problem by forming a new committee, we might soon need a committee to manage all these committees. But today, I rise not to dismiss the concerns behind this motion, but genuinely to question whether this proposed solution is the right instrument for the task. Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Policy.
Policy who?
Policy still being drafted while someone is ready to work today. There is no denying that clarity in employment standards strengthens confidence. Clear expectations empower applicants and guide employers. However, many industries already operate with professional standards, certification bodies, and regulatory frameworks. Businesses succeed or fail based on who they hire, which is why employers set requirements carefully. To suggest there is no framework would overlook the systems already functioning. The Cayman Islands already has legislation governing employment and work permits. Under the Workforce Opportunities and Residency Law, work assesses whether a Caymanian applicant is suitably qualified and regulates the grant for work permits. Employers are also subject to obligations under the Immigration Transition Act and regulations, including reporting on positions held by non-Caymanians, Regulation 6. The Labor Act establishes minimum employment protections, while the Cayman Islands Constitution Order recognizes the importance of protecting the economic interests of Caymanians within immigration employment policy. Taken together, these laws already create a system intended to prioritize Caymanians while regulating the employment of non-Caymanians. The House may therefore wish to consider whether creating a new committee and national criteria list would strengthen these protections without simply repeating mechanisms that already exist. There are also a legal concern within the motion itself, which I raise with full respect for the intention behind the proposal. The motion would require the Director of Work to refuse a work permit unless the employer provides exceptional evidence. However, the exceptional feels undefined, and when legal standards lack clarity, disputes often follow. This could lead to appeals, administrative challenges, or judicial review, creating uncertainty for employers, employees, and the regulator. There are also practical considerations. Labor markets evolve quickly, particularly in sectors such as tourism, finance, and specialized professions. A centrally maintained national criteria list may therefore become difficult to apply consistently across all industries. Mr. Speaker, my concern is not with the objective of the motion. My concern is whether the mechanism would improve employment outcomes or simply add complexity to a system that is already governed by multiple laws and regulation. Like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I am not dismissing the importance of our people. As Attorney General, I fully understand that supporting Caymanians requires effective and workable solutions. But we can all agree, good policy should open doors for Caymanians, not create more doors to knock on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring the motion that this Honourable House should create a National Job Criteria Committee tasked with establishing a National Job Criteria List. My esteemed colleagues have shaped the clay of this motion. I will set it by focusing on its implementation and its timeline. Mr. Speaker, Rome was not built in a day, and the establishment of a Job Criteria Committee is no different. We must take time and build what the government case lacks, a foundation. To accomplish this, we propose that the committee is established within 3 months of the motion passing, for the committee to create its initial job criteria list, and for the committee to submit its recommendations within 12 months of its establishment. These dates are not a stretch, they are a middle ground. They prevent a rushed and underdeveloped product, and they satisfy the public's need for a criteria list in a timely manner. These claims are not unwarranted. The feasibility of a list timeline is supported by the critical skills occupation list, currently used in Ireland, which is a comprehensive list of jobs, just like the proposed motion. The CSOL was established through the Employment Permit Amendment Act, which passed on July 27, 2014. The CSOL was completed 3 months later on October 1st. Ireland's population at the time was over 50 times our current population, which would suggest a greater number of jobs and, consequentially, greater difficulty in drafting the CSOL. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Ireland completed their list in 3 months, but Cayman's smaller civil service means fewer dedicated resources can be allocated to the committee, so we can't expect the same pace. This is why we have opted for a more thorough and deliberate timeline rather than a rushed one. If Ireland could create a larger job criteria list in 3 months, Mr. Speaker, what stops the Cayman Islands from doing the same given quadruple the time? Mr. Speaker, the job criteria list is not a Herculean task. Committee members can outsource data from work, thereby significantly reducing the committee's workload. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Leader or the Deputy Premier.
Point of elucidation.
I'd like the member, do you give way?
I give way.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has mentioned that with reference to the program in Ireland, we don't have the dedicated resources to do what they've done in 3 months. However, in the motion right here, on the second, be it further resolved, it says be formally established within 3 months. So my question for the honourable member is, if we don't have those dedicated resources that you've just stated, how are we going to do it in 3 months, just like Ireland?
I believe this honourable member has misread the motion, for it calls for the committee to be established within 3 months and for the list to be created within 12 months. The Ireland example which I used was referring to the list being created within 3 months.
Elected member, you may continue.
Okay. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the committee can rely on the guiding hand of a cabinet to ensure that the criteria list remains aligned with the needs of the people of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, a vote for this motion is not a vote for another half-baked project which vanishes the moment it leaves Parliament. It is a vote for a foundation enjoyed by our children and our children's children. Biennial updates are frequent enough to allow the list to remain constant amid the ever-shifting and evolving job market, or being infrequent enough to avoid weighing down the committee members. This is suggested by the US government's OOH, Occupational Outlook Handbook, which has operated successfully for over 70 years, being updated biennially. This, in tandem with the CSOL, proved that the establishment of the committee, the creation of the criteria list, and the maintenance of the list is possible based on the precedent set by other countries, unless you think that Caymanians are not capable of what every other country is. And like any effective policy, control lies with the people of the country. If a young Caymanian, in the process of innovating, creates a new job, or any job is overlooked by the job criteria list, they do not need to file a mountain of paperwork. They just need to send a formal letter with the committee detailing their occupation, its requirements, and which trade association it falls under. The members of the committee would then review the information provided and, if necessary, update the list. This, alongside biennial updates, creates a more fluid list capable of weathering the storm that is today's job market. Mr. Speaker, no matter what the government may tell you, establishing a national job criteria list within 12 months is not just feasible, it's doable. So I implore everyone
30 seconds remaining,
in this
member.
honourable House to do as I have and to vote for the future of the Cayman Islands. I implore everyone in this honourable House to support this motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training and District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this motion put forward by the opposition is a grand work of architecture, undeniably thorough in its crafting. However, it's a mansion built on sand, waiting to be washed away as soon as any deep thought is put into it. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training, I have a few gripes with the opposition motion as it pertains to the economy. This motion fails to consider the funding required for such an extensive motion, the disastrous results of such encroachment on the private sector, and that bypassing this motion, our economy will suffer tremendously. Mr. Speaker, I begin where all responsible governments begin: funding. The motion proposes a new national committee, ongoing reviews, enforcement mechanisms, and expanded regulatory oversight. Yet there's no realistic assessment of cost here. Both the Chamber of Commerce and human resource profession have made it clear that for such a framework to function, work would require significantly more staff. Mr. Speaker, work is already overburdened, appeals backlog, enforcement stretched thin. Creating a new council without providing funding is simply redistribution of strain. Mr. Speaker, the motion also assumes that job qualification can be standardized across all industries. That assumption does not hold up in the real economy. Even HR professionals acknowledge while guidelines can be useful, full standardization in the private sector would lead to resistance. Large companies already have robust systems and would view this as interference, while small businesses, which rely on flexibility.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of elucidation.
Honorable Minister, do you give way?
I give way.
This honorable member has stated that the standardization of job qualifications is not possible. Is this member aware that this has happened in several countries across the world?
I'd like to remind the honorable member that Cayman is not like all countries across the world. Our economy is specific to us, so you cannot just take examples from random countries and apply them here. May I continue? Small businesses which rely on flexibility would struggle to compete under rigid framework. Mr. Speaker, there's no such thing as a universal definition of qualified in a diverse economy. And attempting to force one risks excluding capable Caymanians rather than empowering them. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the issue of bureaucracy and private sector encroachment. This motion shifts hiring decisions away from employers into regulatory checklists. While intended to reduce bias, experts warn that overly rigid systems simply create new disadvantages. Hiring is not purely technical. It's still human. Cultural fit, communication skills, and adaptability cannot be fully captured on a form. Mr. Speaker, when regulation replaces judgment, businesses will not respond with compliance, but rather with avoidance. Mr. Speaker, the economic consequences of this must be acknowledged. Excessive regulation discourages investment. Businesses faced with mounting compliance may downsize, outsource, or entirely relocate. As we've already seen globally, middle-class jobs are no longer needed to be performed locally. Mr. Speaker, I have to ask, how deep of an understanding does the opposition have on the economy? Because they should know if our policies make it harder to operate here, our working population shrinks as firms find it harder to hire. And when population shrinks, so does economic activity. Demand falls, revenue falls, opportunity dries up. Mr. Speaker, policy by policy is how an economy collapses. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear here. This government is committed to Caymanian employment, but the solution is not to police employers. It is to prepare Caymanians, our people. HR professionals and business leaders agree on this point. This private sector needs capable, job-ready workers. That means investing earlier in schools, in skills training, internships, apprenticeships, programs like Career Masters. It means guiding students towards industries that are currently work permit heavy because Caymanians are underrepresented, not because businesses are unwilling, but because the talent pipeline is thin. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, how does the opposition intend to deal with specific situations such as exempted companies? How will this motion be enforced?
30 seconds remaining, Minister.
Thank you. How will this motion be enforced on them when they're exempted from other regulatory bodies, such as the Auditor's Oversight Authority? Is the opposition looking to undermine the established laws of the Cayman Islands, or are they purposely creating loopholes in their own motion? Finally, Mr. Speaker, good intentions do not make good policy. That is simply a sandy foundation. This government must govern with realism, foresight, and economic responsibility. And that is why the opposition is not the government. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Trade Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has brought a motion today complaining about, and I quote, subjective and inconsistent definitions of what constitutes a qualified candidate. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have applied some objective criteria to this motion, and I have reached a very clear conclusion. The opposition is fundamentally unqualified to speak on the needs of the Caymanian workforce. In fact, the clearest example of subjective qualifications is sitting across from this government, which leads me to only believe that this motion was written from personal experience. So let me break this down. Mr. Speaker, the opposition wants subjective definitions replaced with an objective criteria. But Mr. Speaker, I am the Minister of Tourism. My entire industry is built on the subjective. How do they plan to standardize the charisma of a tour guide? How do they plan to put a national job description on the warmth of a Caymanian welcome? Is the Joint Committee going to develop a professional standard for how wide a smile should be? Mr. Speaker, the tourism industry has just begun making strides in the right direction. This misguided motion threatens to change its trajectory. So I have to stand and say no. We are trying to foster an industry in which both Caymanian employers and employees are empowered alike. So let's look at the real-world consequences. Mr. Speaker, when my constituent from West Bay West runs his own registered jet ski business on 7 Mile Beach and wants to hire his childhood friend, a young man he knows has the grit, the heart, and the local knowledge to represent our islands, is he supposed to tell that young man to wait? Should operations pause while a joint committee decides if his friend meets the sub-clause B of a national checklist? The question...
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of elucidation.
Honourable Minister, do you give way?
No, I don't give way.
Okay, continue with your speech, please.
The question we should ask ourselves is this: will more Caymanians be employed because of this motion? Because the way I see it, Mr. Speaker, the only Caymanian employment this ensures are the Caymanians employed on the committee. The opposition has obviously not thought of the implications of this so-called national job criteria list, and we don't want any half-baked cassava cake for our Caymanian people. The people say no. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the cold, hard numbers that the opposition seems to have conveniently ignored. We are on the precipice of a massive expansion in our tourism product. This 2026, we are looking at a total of 8,000 rooms available across these islands, including the massive footprint of the new Grand Hyatt. Mr. Speaker, and before they ask for evidence, the exact numbers of the room, as if that's relevant, I have the evidence for you right here. Now,
Imagine the sheer scale of a bottleneck this motion creates. If every single job description in the tourism sector must first be vetted with a joint committee to ensure it isn't biased, we aren't just slowing down hiring, we are sabotaging it. Are we really going to tell a world-class resort that they cannot staff their front desk because a group of career bureaucrats is still debating the objective criteria for a concierge? And what happens, Mr. Speaker, when the high season hits? Our industry breathes with the season. From December to March, the world descends upon our shores. In this business, if you aren't fast, you're finished. If a hotel cannot fill staffing gaps because they are locked with a criteria dispute with a committee of red tape, service levels will plummet. And when service drops, our reputation as a premier destination drops with it. We are essentially asking our hoteliers to fight for global tourism dollars with one hand tied behind their back. This isn't progress. It's a ransom note to our economic recovery. So, Mr. Speaker, the facts say no. If the opposition wants to talk about unqualified candidates, they should have a meeting amongst themselves because they clearly failed the most basic qualifications of all, understanding how our economy actually works.
30 seconds remaining, Minister.
This motion, Mr. Speaker, is not qualified, and I urge all members to treat it as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for West Bay South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we discuss labor policy, it's easy to fall into technical language and frameworks. But behind those frameworks are real Caymanians making real decisions about their futures. A young graduate in my constituency recently shared with me that after completing a bachelor's degree, countless late nights of hard work, and significant personal investment, he was told he was not suitably qualified for a job he believed he met the standards for, with no explanation of what suitability meant or how that criteria had been applied to him. And that kind of uncertainty is not just frustrating, Mr. Speaker, it is simply unfair. And that is why the fourth be it further resolved clause matters so much to this motion. At its core, this clause does one thing. It ensures that the national job criteria list becomes the primary, non-negotiable benchmark used by work when determining whether an applicant is suitably qualified. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it moves us from informal judgment to measurable standards, from discretion to definition, from it seems to it is. And that shift matters. Unclear standards leave applicants guessing. Decisions are made inconsistently, but published, transparent criteria gives everyone a clear reference point. These criteria are not suggestions. They are benchmarks, documented, objective, and enforceable. Today, I'll make two clear arguments in favor of this clause. Firstly, that clear benchmarks create fairness and predictability in a competitive labor market. And secondly, that clear benchmarks empower Caymanians to compete strategically and with confidence in our workforce. So let me begin with my first point. Across our islands, job opportunities are growing. In 2025 alone, work job postings exceeded 19,000 vacancies, with nearly 1,500 posted in May of that year. That is a 23% increase from April. But that demonstrates an active and dynamic labor market. But with that activity comes competition. Mr. Speaker, in a workforce of more than 60,000 employed persons with an unemployment rate below 3% and only around 37.5% of the workforce being Caymanian, competition is real. These numbers show not only opportunity, but the importance of knowing how to qualify for it. Clarity matters because many job postings require formal qualifications, from high school diplomas, certificates, and degrees. Under the current ambiguous system, Mr. Speaker, individuals can invest time and money into training, only to discover that they did not meet an employer's unstated personal expectations. But if the national job criteria list is the primary benchmark, publicly understood and consistently applied, then applicants know the standards before they ever apply. They know what training matters. They know what qualifications count. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, they know how to prepare. Now to my second point. The primary benchmark does not guarantee jobs. It does not hand positions to anyone. It does not exclude international talent. But what it does is give Caymanians the ability to plan, to compete, and to be competitive. When standards are published and guiding decisions, students can make educational pathways with confidence. Graduates can pursue qualifications that clearly matter, and professionals can continue preparing themselves towards clear goals, not guessing what might or might not be recognized. This is a workforce that can anticipate and respond to labor market requirements, not chase shadows. A transparent labor framework reduces risk, encourages investment, and strengthens the local economy. Because certainty attracts investment, companies thrive where rules are clear, stable, and consistently enforced. This clause cannot and does not freeze the labor market. It aligns the labor market with clear standards. It replaces assumption with documentation. It replaces informal discretion with measurable evidence. And most importantly, it ensures that when Caymanians meet these standards, their qualifications are recognized and not dismissed because we lack a clear benchmark. At first, you may be moving. Your intentions may be good.
30 seconds remaining,
Mr. Speaker, this clause gives us a compass because at first you may be moving, your intentions may be good, but if you don't know the direction, you risk going nowhere. This clause ensures that decisions are based on defined standards, not chance, rumor, or subjective impressions. This is why the opposition stands firmly in support of this motion. Because when the standards are clear and consistently applied, opportunity is real, fair, and accessible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing, and Infrastructure and Social Development and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and members of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to offer members of the opposition some coffee so that they can wake up from the la-la land they drafted this motion in. As the Minister for Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, Social Development and Innovation, I must oppose this motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, the motion may carry good intentions, but good intentions alone do not build policy. And in this case, the dream the opposition is selling will quickly become a nightmare. Slavery days are over, Mr. Speaker, yet this motion risks handcuffing Cayman's progress with rigid bureaucracy at a time when our economy requires speed, flexibility, and decisive leadership. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about the opposition, but I'm not into the handcuffing business. On paper, their proposed National Job Criteria Joint Committee may look neat and organized, but let's be real. Tidy paperwork has never built a road, poured a foundation, or housed a family. And if it did, it certainly wasn't in my Cayman. Mr. Speaker, I hope the coffee I offered them earlier has kicked in, because now I have a simple question for the opposition. Where is my ministry in this motion? My ministry plans the land, builds the homes, and delivers the infrastructure that keeps this country moving. Yet the opposition wants to regulate these sectors while excluding the very ministry responsible for delivering them. Mr. Speaker, that is not a small oversight. That is a fundamental design flaw. You cannot create national workforce standards for construction, infrastructure, agriculture, and development while sidelining my ministry. That is not comprehensive governance. That is a policy written in isolation from reality. Even Martin Luther King wouldn't want this dream. Mr. Speaker, this motion also proposes politically appointed laypersons. But get this, one should be chosen by the government and one by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, workforce standards are not campaign promises. They are technical decisions that shape our economy. Turning a professional body into a political theater risks undermining its credibility. Caymanians deserve standards built on expertise, not influence. If lay members are to be included, they should be appointed through the neutral office of the Deputy Governor, where competence comes before politics. Mr. Speaker, the motion also proposes updating these criteria every 2 years. But in a fast-moving economy, 2 years is not caution, it is paralysis. While committees deliberate, families remain in overcrowded homes. While lists are revised, farmers miss innovations that could strengthen food security. And while paperwork circulates, opportunity moves on. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, Cayman does not need more committees, it needs more competence. This motion would also compel the Director of Work to refuse work permits whenever a Caymanian meets certain criteria, unless employers can prove exceptional justification. But hiring is not a mathematical equation. It is a professional judgment based on experience, performance, and operational demands. A checklist cannot measure resilience. It cannot measure leadership. And it certainly cannot measure competence under pressure. Infrastructure projects succeed because experienced professionals execute under real-world conditions, not because someone simply ticked the boxes. Mr. Speaker, Caymanians deserve more than the minimum standards. They deserve the skills and experiences that make them the undeniable first choice. That is why our focus must remain on training, apprenticeships, and trade certifications. If we equip Caymanians with the highest standards of skill and professionalism, they will not require protection. They will command opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, the data also keeps us grounded in reality. Unemployment fell to 2.4% in fall 2024, with underemployment at 1.9% earlier that year. These are not signs of a broken system. They are signs of an economy that is functioning and adapting.
30 seconds remaining, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I request an extra minute?
45 seconds.
Thank you. Where challenges remain, they lie in skill alignment. And skill alignment is solved through training and workforce development, not through layers of new regulation. My ministry cannot delay housing delivery, agricultural progress, or national infrastructure to accommodate new layers of procedures. Families need homes today. Roads must be built tomorrow. Development cannot wait. Cayman's economy thrives because it adapts. So while the opposition offers more paperwork, my ministry focuses on performance. In closing, Mr. Speaker, while the opposition offers rigidity, my ministry delivers results, real skills, real homes, real infrastructure, and most importantly, real progress. Mr. Speaker, I offered the opposition coffee earlier in the hope of waking them from this dream. Yet even in full daylight, the consequences of this motion remain deeply problematic for practical governance. We've heard some of their speeches, but Cayman, do not be fooled. They are not awake, they are simply sleepwalking. Mr. Speaker, before their motion also puts me to sleep, I end with this. Excellence cannot be mandated, it must be earned for our people's future and our nation's strength. On this note, I urge the House to reject this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for many years, Caymanians have been running the race for employment opportunity, but every time they get to the finish line, it moves further away. Time and time again, they are told they were almost right for the job, but were missing one extra preference that wasn't listed on the job advertisement. They were almost right for the job, but needed 10 years of experience in a software that's only existed for 5 or is company-specific. These ever-fluctuating standards create fertile grounds for discriminatory practices. But Mr. Speaker, the problem goes deeper. At the heart of Caymanian unemployment lies a deeper structural issue: the misalignment between training and labor market expectations. Too often, we attempt to solve unemployment at the surface level. We host career fairs, we promote resilience, we tell people to keep going, yet we fail to address the systemic confusion that leaves Caymanians underprepared for roles that they were never clearly shown how to qualify for. Mr. Speaker, Caymanians don't need more encouragement, they need clarity. The job criteria list confronts that root problem through transparency, which helps to make the connection between education, workforce development, and immigration policy clear. The National Job Criteria List being maintained as a public digital document, ensures transparency, enabling Caymanians to pursue educational and professional opportunities strategically and confidently.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
I give way.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, where are you going to publish this list? Because in your motion you say Jobs Came On, but Jobs Came On no longer exists. So where are we publishing this list?
Mr. Speaker, Jobs Came On has simply been renamed, but the platform is still available to use.
You may continue.
When qualification standards are clear, stable, and visible to all, Caymanians can make informed decisions about choosing educational programs and professional experiences with confidence. Mr. Speaker, this very government spends over $30 million each year for our students to study abroad. But when those students come home, they find out that the goalposts have discreetly shifted and they struggle to find work. The government will happily fund the degree, Mr. Speaker, but they are not doing enough to protect the opportunity that that degree was meant to create. A publicly available national job criteria list would prevent this exact scenario from occurring, as students would have a comprehensive idea of what qualifications are required for the professions they aspire for, and they can take the steps they need to achieve such goals, saving time, money, and frustration. By knowing what is expected of students in the workforce, educational institutions will be able to create syllabi and educational programs in a way that will propel our young Caymanians to success in their futures. The document being public ensures that these benefits are available to all, and that the agreed criteria cannot be wrongfully manipulated on the basis of just anyone's discretion. This approach addresses Caymanian unemployment on a deeper level and does not simply put a bandage over the problem, an approach that the government doesn't seem to be fond of employing. Coupled with this motion gives Caymanians an essential power for this motion to be of any use: the ability to question and challenge decisions that they deem unfair. More than endorsing transparency and reducing subjectivity of job standards, this motion aims to add enforcement by mandating the Director of Work to refuse the grant or renewal of any work permit where a Caymanian applicant meets the standardized job criteria. In other words, if a Caymanian meets the national job criteria for a role, any request for a work permit should be denied. I know, radical. Mr. Speaker, if this motion is passed and a Caymanian satisfies every requirement for a position that this Honourable Youth Parliament has agreed makes them qualified, and we still grant the work permit, then this motion becomes merely advisory.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
I give way.
I was just wondering if the honourable member was aware of Regulation 6, which is a clause, and my DD can back me up, that if a Caymanian has the qualifications, they have to be employed. So with this law already being here, what are you guys trying to do if these things already exist?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am actually just about to get to that point. As many of us have said today,
Finish responding to her.
It's like my next sentence.
Still respond to her point.
Okay. The opposition commends the government for successfully implementing similar legislation, and the opposition intends to adopt that approach.
Are you reading your speech?
It's directly responding.
No, what I'm saying, just respond to her point.
Okay, I'll just say then. The opposition commends the government for the efforts they have made to do that, and that's why we want to implement that same legislation into this approach. So essentially, we agree with the legislation that's already in place, and we want to adopt that into this next approach.
Sorry, but if the legislation is already in place, what are you adopting?
We're just saying that we want this to continue into this new list.
We're the government. It is going to continue because it's the law. I don't understand what you're trying to adopt and enforce.
I'm not adopting anything new. I'm just saying.
Honorable Deputy Leader, I'm going to ask you to continue with your speech.
Okay. The opposition commends the government for successfully implementing similar legislation, the opposition intends to adopt that approach in this motion. By ensuring work permits are denied when a competent Caymanian is available, we are keeping Cayman for Caymanians. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, transparency and enforcement are the true teeth of this motion.
30 seconds left.
Not mere administrative details. A public national job criteria list gives Caymanians clarity and direction, while work acts as an enforcement to give these job standards meaning. Together, these measures turn good intentions into an actionable framework for fairness and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Caymanians have been sidelined in their own home for too long. Finding employment should not be a game of shooting in the dark. Caymanians have families to feed, mortgages to pay, and dreams to achieve.
Honorable Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging the commitment we all share to seeing Caymanians thrive and build meaningful careers in our home and ensuring our workforce remains strong but competitive. This motion truly speaks to that commitment, advancing Caymanians in our labor market to succeed at home. But we must ensure the mechanism is only strengthening Caymanians, not simply creating expectations the economy cannot sustain. As Bon Jovi sang, well, we're halfway there, but a workforce policy cannot be living on a prayer. Building expectations without preparation is giving someone the keys to a car before teaching them to drive. Confidence may be high, but control is missing when it matters the most. Supporting Caymanians does not mean guaranteeing outcomes. It means preparing people to earn them. It is also important to remember that everyone in our workforce works hard, not just Caymanians. Laws are already existing to protect all workers, ensuring fairness and opportunity across the board. Any policy we adopt must respect the reality. The challenge before us is not an absence of standards. Work already maintains job criteria, employers already submit descriptions and operate within clear regulatory guidelines. The framework exists, but it needs to be enforced, made public, and aligned with the true needs of our workforce as we move forward. What we should be focusing on are our young Caymanians returning home with degrees, expecting immediate placement in their exact field of study. The labor market is not bending like a reservation system. It does not hold positions waiting for graduates. A job is not a prize for completing a degree. It is a responsibility earned through readiness, adaptability, and the word is fit.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of elucidation.
Do you give way, elected member?
No, I do not. May I continue?
You may.
Qualification does not guarantee an opening in every niche. Small economies, including ours, simply cannot provide unlimited positions at every moment. This is not widespread unemployment or systematic underdevelopment. It's about alignment between timing, experience, and opportunity. Across the Caribbean, youth unemployment remains significantly higher than adult unemployment, often between 15 and 20%. Here in the Cayman Islands, our national unemployment rate is just 3%, and our youth unemployment rate sits around 10%. The transition from education to workforce integration is the challenge, not the absence of a standard. Candidates may return home with strong academic credentials, but limited practical experience. Employers require applied skills, industry exposure, and sometimes years of hands-on competence. Hiring is not discrimination, it is operational necessity. A policy that guarantees placement based on paper ignores that reality. The economy responds to this demand, supply, and readiness, not expectation. Giving someone a checklist or a trophy is like giving them a trophy before the race is run, and it does not create a job. Employers hire performance, competence, reliability, and adaptability. Mr. Speaker, entitlement never built strong professionals, preparation does. So if we are serious about our Caymanians, we must withdraw this motion and focusing on strengthening the pathways first.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
I do not.
You may continue.
If we are serious about advancing for Caymanians, we must withdraw this motion and focus on first strengthening pathways, internships before graduation, apprenticeships aligned with the industry's demand, structured graduate programs, interview and resume preparation, and better alignment for an education between and for economic forecasting. To the opposition, I must applaud you for reminding us that passion is important, but in workforce policy, preparation matters more. As a young Caymanian,
I recognize the elected member for West Bay South.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
I do not. As a young Caymanian, I do not want guaranteed placement based on a criteria. I want competitive preparation. I want to walk into an interview confident because not only does a policy tick the boxes for me, but because I have the actual traits and skills. I am the best candidate. Opportunity was never a gift.
30 seconds remaining.
It is a door that opens for those who are prepared to walk through it. For these reasons, I respectfully urge this Honourable House to allow the motion to be withdrawn and focus instead on bridging education and employment, ensuring Caymanians are not only qualified but are truly ready. Let us get it right the first time, rather than promising outcomes the market cannot deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I know I can talk a lot, but today the opposition has given us many words but few ideas. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition doesn't get right, then they most certainly gonna get left. Mr. Speaker, look at this motion. The motion produced by the opposition. They're supposed to be the fruits of Cayman labor, and yet it appears as if this harvest has already begun to spoil. What a pity. As the leader of the opposition, and may I say, the mover, how can you bear to watch your colleagues as they go astray under your leadership? Why the long faces, people? This is your motion, right? Mr. Speaker, the opposition jumps up, eager to speak under motion like a shooting star that soars across the night sky. But just as a shooting star fades, when it comes to this motion, they show that every ounce of common sense fades away. They speak of this rigid list, but the same way how a steel rod can be so rigid that it holds up the wall of a house, it can also give away and allow that same house to crumble to the ground. Mr. Speaker, think about the director of work. They are human just like us. They have feelings just like us. They are a Caymanian just like us. We are putting immense stress on the director of work to do all of these things. Mr. Speaker, let me be so honest right now. When I hear cases of Caymanians being denied employment against non-Caymanians, one thing stands clear to me. These Caymanians who are denied only have a high school diploma. When compared to those non-Caymanians who have gone to university and gotten their degrees, then yes, the Caymanian will be denied, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of order, evidence.
Evidence to what regard? Sorry.
This honourable member had stated that Caymanians which are denied employment lack only have a high school education. I would like evidence to substantiate that claim.
I mean, if the opposition, sorry, Mr. Speaker, if the opposition can correctly do their research, then they can look up online that, yes, it's clear right there. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Wesley Howell from work has also given this information.
I'd like to remember, do you have the evidence to support that?
Paper evidence, no.
Okay.
Verbal evidence,
Okay,
yes.
then.
Verbal evidence, yes.
Okay,
all right.
I'm going to ask you to retract that statement.
Retract the statement.
Mr.
Speaker, no, I will not retract my statement.
I'd like to remember,
because as I have said, I have verbal evidence. Although I don't have paper evidence, I have verbal evidence.
I'd like to remember, have a seat, please. Have a seat, sir.
No, I'll continue.
Have a seat, please.
All right, as a matter of fact, I'll retract the statement.
Have a seat. Just to address the members, whenever I say retract your statement, I don't want any back and forth argument. Just retract your statement, please. You may continue. I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of elucidation.
Mr. Speaker, how am I supposed to answer a point of elucidation if I can't even retract my statement yet? No, I do not accept the point of elucidation. But I retract my statement. May I continue my speech?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say, though, students on government scholarships are automatically guaranteed a job in government. I am so sorry, but if you allow a Caymanian with a high school diploma to be accepted against someone with a degree and then let them out into the world, they're going to pick up one big lick across their face. Mr. Speaker, that is not how the world works. For some jobs, a high school diploma alone cannot be accepted. We are trying to prepare our fellow Caymanians for the world, the real world. They can't live in a fantasy forever.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of elucidation.
No.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
I do not give way, Mr. Speaker. May I continue my speech?
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. After being asked by you to retract his statement, he continues to talk about Caymanians only having a high school diploma. So if he can retract that statement again, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Sorry, what point of order is he? Misleading the House?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition does not sound very confident in that statement. So
I believe,
that did not sound very confident.
I believe the elected member already withdrew his statement, though.
Yeah, so apologies.
I'm going to ask him to continue with his speech, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the cases where both are equally qualified, however, the employer already must provide reasons as to why the Caymanian was denied. Mr. Speaker, let's put it this way for the opposition. If Johnny has 5 apples, but the government wants 5 pears, then why are we still trying to give us apples? I say this to say, if this is already present, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, why does the opposition so feel the urge to give us something that we do not require?
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown East.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
Sure, I give way.
Okay, earlier in your speech, you stated that by us, if this motion gets passed, work will have more work to do. But in the motion, the only thing that work has to do is comply with the list. So I'm just going to ask you, what exactly is the extra work that work will have to do?
Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry. I did not say that work will have extra work to do. I said we're putting immense stress on the director of work. So I'm not really understanding your question or where your question is coming from because I did not state those words. Therefore, I'm just going to ask you to just please keep that question to yourself. May I continue my speech?
Yes, you may.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask, though, what are we trying to accomplish with this one? Oh, boy. Houston, we do not have a problem. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members of the opposition. However, it seems that clarity was not on their list of achievements. The leader of the opposition states that the Caymanian applicants are rejected without reason. Are we sure about that? I mean, the employers are quite literally required to provide explanations for why the Caymanian was denied. Maybe it's not the fact that this isn't being done, but the fact that the person denied the job is so astonished that they were rejected that they just don't want to listen to the explanations given. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Georgetown East spent their whole speech speaking at the top of their lungs, but if the facts were on their side, then they would not need volume. They state that the Caymanians will always be unqualified to employers. No, Mr. Speaker. It's not that Caymanians are underqualified to employers. It's that when you compare a high school diploma to a PhD, I'm almost certain that even the opposition would also choose the person with that PhD. That is a sad reality.
I recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way? Elected member for Georgetown South, do you give way?
I do not give way, Mr. Speaker.
Continue with your speech, please.
Like I said, Mr. Speaker, that is the sad reality that we live in. We need our students working hard to go beyond just the high school diploma because, again, we are preparing them for the entire world, not just Cayman.
I recognize the honorable leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, misleading the House. Earlier, the government stated, many of their members stated that they have these systems in place to ensure that the youth are qualified, and now the honorable member is talking about how they're growing up with just high school diplomas and not getting anywhere past that. You're just showing inefficiencies in your own systems.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker. Could you find the exact... Sorry. Mr. Speaker, through you to the opposition, leader of the opposition, could you find the exact quote when I said that or when the government said that? And which member stated that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Deputy Governor stated that they have these programs when I asked about the internships. And I also spoke to the Premier about internships that weren't working. And now the Honorable Member is talking about why people only have high school diplomas, like he's so shocked that their programs aren't working.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to, just request that the leader of the opposition hand me the answer in which that was said, because I do not remember that being said in this parliament. So can we please move on?
We'll
or do you want me to
speech?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now let's move to the thing that absolutely no member of the opposition has mentioned. Jobs came on. Mr. Speaker, that is a relic of the past. Sorry, Bobo, but that shut down 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, 29th of May in 2024. We're in 2026. Clearly, it seems that the opposition doesn't know how to conduct basic research. Take this seriously. You know what? Maybe they realize their mistakes and are trying to erase a bad grade before their parents put some belt to that behind. In case you haven't connected the dots, we are that parent and we are putting that belt to that behind. Mr. Speaker, for this committee to be formally established within 3 months of passage, it is administratively impossible for a body of this scale and complexity. Government, let's spell that out. IMPOSSIBLE. What does that spell? Impossible. All right. Mr. Speaker, with that, I
recognize the elected member for Savannah.
Point of elucidation.
Elected member, do you give way?
Mr. Speaker, I have 4 seconds left. I do not give way. May I finish my speech?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. What we do not need is a duplicate committee that does literally everything that we've already done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I will now ask the mover of the motion to exercise her right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honorable member stated, hard ears don't hear. Before I get into it, let me just clarify a couple points the government stated. The government, who is supposed to be unified and consistent, contradicted themselves with their own speeches. The Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration states we should leave it to work as they already have it done. Yet the Deputy Governor stated that this motion is such a burden. So work could do the work, but it's a burden for work to do their job. Second point, the government spends money to send students away to school and demands they come back to work for the economy. Yet it was stated that they should not expect the government to hold those jobs as it doesn't save them a job. These are unrealistic standards and we're setting our youth up for failure.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Point of order, misleading the House. When the statement was made about Caymanians not having a job held for them, that was in reference to the private sector, not to government jobs.
Mr. Speaker, may I continue?
Honourable Leader allows you to retract that previous statement.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I call the people's attention to recognize whose side the government stands on. The Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, the elected member of Boddentown East, says your right comes second to investors and business owners because they'll leave if you give them guidelines to unfair judgment. But newsflash, Mr. Speaker, our people are leaving too because they are tired of being at the bottom of the priority list. You want to be chefs? Fine. But just know you're serving an empty restaurant because the food you're cooking is overcooked and overused. Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Point of elucidation.
Honourable Leader, do you give way?
I do.
Is the Honourable Leader of Opposition trying to say that we should not prioritize the economy and how it runs?
Mr. Speaker, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that our people should come first. If we're going to allow for rules that are unfair to justify why our people come second, come last place in our priority list, then that is concerning, especially since these are people that our people elected to represent them, to choose them first. And where are they coming? Last place. May I continue, Mr. Speaker?
You may continue.
Thank you. Now, the Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration stated that it's unhelpful, unnecessary, and we're uninformed. But this honourable member seems uninformed in their own ministry. And turns out that Cayman Compass states work isn't working. If it was, the employment rate wouldn't be 4.6%. And Chamber wouldn't state that there's a lack of clear planning. And this time, you can't blame it on the previous government. Now,
I recognize the elected member for West Bay Central.
Point of order, evidence in regards to the evidence in regards to the unemployment rate, I believe it was.
Honourable Leader, do you have evidence to provide?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Sergeant.
May I continue in the meantime, Mr. Speaker?
You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic.
Point of elucidation.
No, Mr. Speaker.
You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Deputy Governor stated that this process is costly, too much work, and simply not feasible. In other words, they don't want to pay for it, and they don't want to work hard enough for results to be seen. The Honorable Deputy Governor also stated that they'd rather choose the flexibility and peace.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Continue, please.
The Honorable Deputy Governor also stated that they'd rather choose flexibility and peace than to fight for their constituency over unfair standards. Yet another scenarios where Caymanians come second. The AG stated that we don't need a new committee, but Mr. Speaker, the ones we have are not working. Students are knocking on doors that won't open. The government is setting our youth to push their hardest on a pulled door and then wonder why they can't enter our economy with ease. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development and District Administration and Home Affairs and Education and Training.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, misleading the House. I said that not every committee requires a new committee to solve it. My job as the Attorney General is to provide legal advice. It's your job to choose if you want to take it or not. Please do not say that I said that we don't need one, because I did agree that your ideas were smart. Thank you.
May I continue?
You can retract your statement first, though.
Mr. Speaker, didn't she just say that we don't need a new committee in the beginning of her statement, though?
Mr. Speaker, like I said, and I'll read it out because I wrote it myself, not every uncertainty requires a new committee to clarify it. That is in general. I'm not saying that your idea doesn't need a new committee. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that it was referenced to this idea, I'm going to take it as such. May I continue, please?
You still misrepresented her point, so I'll ask you to retract your statement.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Retract your statement, please.
I retract my statement.
Thank you.
Now, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development stated that the loophole is in our motion, but the loophole is actually...
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
No, Mr. Speaker. May I continue? Thank you. The loophole is in their law and in their policy. That is why we brought this to the House. That is why the issue is here. That is why Caymanians are unemployed. That is why the opposition is not the government. We care more about the people and their right as Caymanians. Now, the elected member of West Bay Central said something that is really concerning. Mr. Speaker, we're not saying that Caymanians should just be given jobs, but if they are qualified, they should get the opportunity. Now, if they were just being given jobs, that would be an example for government. We're saying those who are qualified should get opportunities like the opposition. Now, finally, the elected member for Georgetown South. I have 2 points. You are a direct example of why our motion needs to be passed. We can't have unfairly considered qualified people in power. They'll use big words and still unsure of what they mean. Mr. Speaker, the government used a lot of quotes, so let me return that. Empty barrels make the most noise.
Honorable Leader, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a time limit. I'm the rebut. I don't have a time limit.
Is it not 5 minutes? 7, right? Exactly. Okay. You may continue. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Sir? I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. The member is using unparliamentary language against my members. I would like for her to retract her statement.
What specifically? I I don't see that as unparliamentary language, so please have a seat so the honourable leader can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government...
I recognize the honourable premier.
Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, the member is using unparliamentary language.
What specifically?
The unparliamentary language which he called my members unqualified, and I can assure you this government is more than qualified. I would like for her to retract her statement.
I still don't see that as unparliamentary. So I'm gonna ask you to have a seat, please, elected member, and so the honourable leader can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government gives you apples when you ask for pears because the seeds you need to success are not the ones you're planting. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me recap.
I recognize the elected member for Georgetown South.
Mr. Speaker, relevance, what are we trying to accomplish with this statement? Or what is the leader of the opposition trying to accomplish with this statement that we give them apples and not pears? Or you give us apples and not pears? Could that please be made clear? What is trying to be accomplished?
You didn't make her finish. You didn't make her finish, so I don't understand. Okay, continue.
May I continue? Mr. Speaker, let's recap. The constituency of Georgetown South, West Bay Central, North Side, West Bay West, East End, Newlands, and Boddentown East will be forgotten because their leaders were too busy protecting the ones who aim to hurt them. Mr. Speaker, I can't do it all.
Elected member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Relevance, I'm still waiting for the finish.
Honourable leader, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't do it all. I came to fight for the people, hoping to find comfort in the government's support, but what I found is that they are blind.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance and Economic Development.
Point of elucidation, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have 4 seconds. No. I could continue? Okay, thank you. I can't do it all. I came to fight for the people, hoping to find comfort in the government's support. But what I found is that they are blind to the needs when money and control they are not involved in is in the topic. I support Cayman First, and I call the people to recognize who sees them, who votes for their well-being, and who says yes, who chooses them first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, be it therefore resolved, that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers establishing a national job criteria joint committee, which would be tasked with establishing a national job criteria list, which include a list of job criteria and job descriptions that would ensure transparency and equal qualification standards across both public and private sectors. And be it further resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers the committee to be comprised of the following members: 1 representative each from Workforce Opportunities and Residency Cayman, Portfolio of the Civil Services, Cayman Islands Society of Human Resources Professionals, Chamber of Commerce, Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association, Cayman Islands Tourism Association, Labor and Pensions, and Cayman Finance, as well as one layperson appointed by the government and 1 by the opposition. And be it further resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers that the committee shall be formally established within 3 months of the passage of this motion, establish the initial national job criteria list, and submit its recommendations to the Cabinet within 12 months of its establishment, be mandated to update biannually a national list of job descriptions, skill levels, and industry-recognized standards, and report to the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration. And be it further resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers that the national job criteria list be formally adopted by work as the primary regulatory benchmark for determining whether a Caymanian applicant is suitably qualified for a position. And be it further resolved that this Honourable Youth Parliament government considers that the Director of Work be mandated to refuse the grant or renewal of any work permit where a Caymanian applicant meets the established national job criteria for that role, unless the employer can provide documented exceptional evidence for refusal that exceeds the standardized requirements. And be it further resolved that this Honorable Youth Parliament government considers that the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration and the Department of Labor and Pensions ensure that the national job criteria list is maintained as a public digital document on the Jobs Cayman portal, providing total transparency for job seekers, students, and employers regarding the minimum competencies required for every role in the Cayman Islands government. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
The noes have it. Private members' motion number 2 of 2026. I recognize the elected member for Georgetown
Mr.
Central.
Speaker, may I have a division, please?
Madam Clerk, please say the division.
Honorable Renaya Berry?
No.
Honorable Jacob Hugh?
No.
Honorable Elvin Powell?
No.
Honorable Zachary Waltler?
No.
Honorable Zaina Doctor?
No.
Honorable Alison Hernandez Pavon?
No.
Honorable Kalia Dawkins?
No.
Miss LeJay McLean?
No.
Mr. Tegan McFarlane?
No.
Mr. Rain Harding?
No.
Honorable Joanna O'Connor?
Yes.
Honorable Leah Warren?
Aye.
Miss Sienna Bryan?
Aye.
Miss Olivia Kane?
Aye.
Miss Risalie DeWar?
Aye.
Miss Antonille McDonald?
Aye.
Miss Chantel Robinson?
Aye.
Mr. Jaron Reynolds Velasquez?
Aye.
Mr. Dominic Anderson?
Aye.
The results of the division is 9 ayes and 10 noes. Private members' motion number 2 of 2026, establishment of a national job criteria joint committee, has failed. That concludes the proceedings of this Honorable 19th Youth Parliament. I will now call on the Premier to move a motion for the adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of this Honorable 19th Youth Parliament, signed aye. But Mr. Speaker, before you put the vote on the motion, I wish to express a vote of thanks. Before we conclude, I would like to close by offering a sincere thanks on behalf of this year's Youth Parliament to everyone who made this 19th Youth Parliament possible. First, we give thanks to God for guiding us, giving us the courage to stand in this honorable house, and for the opportunity to learn, to lead, and to serve our country. A special thanks to the Cayman Islands Youth Parliament Committee, Ms. Zena Marrington, Ms. Nordra Walcott, Ms. Twyla Escalante, and Ms. Patricia Priestley. Not a single thing in this house could run without you guys. And to the honorable members who supported this initiative, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, the Honorable Perlina McGaw-Lumsden, Mr. Dwayne Seymour, and Mr. Roy Tatum, Deputy Governor Honorable Franz Matterson, and the Attorney General Honorable Samuel Bulgan. Your commitment to youth engagement and civic education had made this experience possible. I would also like to recognize the dedicated individuals who guided and supported us throughout this process. Dr. Lockhart, Mr. Will Pinu, Ms. Mullings Thompson, Ms. Hannah Foreman, Mr. Keith Boyle, Mr. Wesley Howell, and so much more. I would also like to thank Janelle Cahoon, a past youth parliamentarian who continues to inspire those who follow with her never-ending knowledge and with that big, beautiful smile. Your guys' guidance and encouragement helped prepare us to stand in this chamber today. But Mr. Speaker, I know you're sick of me now, but I must also extend a very special thank you to the parents and the guardians. Getting us here every day from 3:30 to 5, every Saturday, every Tuesday, and 10 to 3, every Saturday is no easy feat. That schedule alone deserves its own motion of appreciation in this house. Thank you for your patience, your support, and for believing in us. But finally, I want to say how incredibly proud I am of every single member of this youth parliament, both government and opposition. We have all demonstrated outstanding commitment and growth. This is evident in the debates, which were thoughtful, passionate, and respectful. And each of you represented the future of our islands with confidence and with pride. To everyone who invested their time and belief in the next generation of Caymanian leaders, we are truly grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I stand in agreement with the Premier today, probably the first time in this House, but I do agree that these people put a lot of work into our success today. I also want to add Ms. Lila Shim and Ms. Angela Saley, who helped us with our NDC research. I want to thank Harneys for their continual support, the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development for funding our brackers to come here. We really enjoyed it. Yes. We also say thank you to K Tours as they transported us to Ponciana a couple weeks ago. And I want to recognize one last person, their final year in Youth Parliament. Jaren? Thank you for your service. 3 years is a long time. Yes. And we are so proud of him. And genuinely, I'm so proud of everyone here. You guys debated so well. I'm so proud of my opposition. You guys were amazing. And kudos to the government. I appreciate the support from parents. I mean, driving us here every Saturday morning, 10 a.m., when we didn't even want to get up, you got up to get us here. And we appreciate your continuous support. Thank you to the Speaker for your fairness and your judgment and telling certain people to just have a seat. We appreciate it. The Clerk, Sergeant of Arms, you guys did your duty well, and we acknowledge you. Thank you.
The motion is that this Honourable 19th Youth Parliament does stand adjourned, signed aye. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. This Honourable 19th Youth Parliament now stands adjourned, signed aye.